Okay, I'm here. I had to get my coffee. I had to get my coffee. And I was looking at my phone because yeah, I needed to look up some updates. Updates. It looks like the Tex McIver case has been or trial has been delayed. Apparently, there were updates on that while I was doing my live whipping chat, and I missed it. So, let me see. Hi, Mickey Jor. Let me see. Did I miss my roll call? Abigail's like, what the heck? You promised. Um, you're sad. You were promised. I must have lost my bus ticket. Hi, Sherry. I'm at hi, not I. Well, sorry, I was getting my coffee, and then I was chatting with Dale earlier, and then I had to get my coffee, and then I had to come in here and fix this stuff, and so stuff, you know. Um, and side note, Eli is home, and his bedroom is right on the other side of this wall. So if you hear the TV, yeah, we're gonna have lots of noises coming from the other side of that wall. Um, Hi Sue, hi Rose. How are you guys? So, anyway, the two cases that I was going to talk about that I've been looking at that I was super excited to start. One of them is Tex McIver. He had a trial. He was, hold on a second. He had, let's see, when was it? This dude is 81 years old, okay? And jury selection was supposed to have started yesterday, but apparently something happened along the way, and there was some like, oop, hold on. I had to mute myself. I had to mute myself. Um, Sorry if that like broke anybody's earballs. Um, hey, only being Chris. Hi, Gail. So anyway, this dude, okay, I didn't know anything about this case, right? I had no idea about this even when it happened originally. So he shot his wife apparently accidentally, and um he appealed, you know, they did an appeal, and the Supreme Court apparently ruled that some of the evidence that came into the case should not have come into the case, or into the trial. And also something about the jury should have been able to have considered like involuntary manslaughter or something in addition to whatever they were giving them the options. Exactly, but wasn't an accident. So anyway, so now there's some like arguments about whether or not certain things can be brought into can be mentioned, I guess, in this next trial. And they're like, "No, we're gonna wait. We got some more rulings we're gonna make on it." So that one is delayed. In that one, he is the old man that's in the picture of the thumbnail that I made. The girl in the thumbnail, her name is Hannah Payne, and she is actually her trial should be starting today because I saw an update that said that she was that the jury was all selected, and opening statements might be today. So, you're driving, Chris. If you're driving, why are you texting or typing or whatever's? So yeah. Let me do a real quick refresh over here. So I can see. But this Hannah chick, okay, they're dubbing it. She's supposed to be like this person who, like a vigilante citizen arrester. I don't even know, right? Hey, Amelia Pug Mom. Hi. How are you? So, I took some like bullet point notes. Hold on a second. Let me open my thingy up here so I can show you or tell you. Oh, allegedly, right? Abigail, you cracked me up. Hold on a second. Okay, so this Hannah Payne chick, this case is in Georgia as well as the other one. The other one is supposed to be in Georgia too, but it's delayed. So we'll have to wait on that one. But this apparently happened in 2019. She was 21 years old when it happened. And I guess she's just driving down the road near an airport. I don't know. It said near an airport. I don't know what city or county or anything like that she's in, but she sees this dude, I guess, in a car. Literally, I guess he sped through a stoplight or a stop sign or something. And I guess 911 is called. There was a few different 911 calls, right? And he ends up running away in his car. And whenever she gets to him, she's going to try to make this citizen arrest. She's on the phone with 911, and she's like, the 911 operator is telling her, oh, hold on, let me do not disturb my phone. The 911 operator is telling her, do not follow this guy. Like, don't do anything. Let the police handle it. And she's, I guess, like, nah, I got this. And she ended up, I think he had, like, wrecked, the way I took it was, I've got some pictures. I'll have to show you guys the pictures if I can. Mickey's thinking that the Tex guy is guilty. Yeah, I don't know. But hey, Jenny Trioli and Shirley Mason. Hi, guys. But hold on, let me get back on track here. So she saw this wreck near the airport is what I wrote down, okay? She calls 911. She follows a pickup truck. Okay, he was in a pickup truck. His name is Kenneth Herring, Herring. But she calls 911, right? And while she's following this guy, she takes her Jeep somehow or another and finagles it in front of him so he can't go anywhere. She like barricades his truck, right? Gets out of her car and goes and opens his car door and starts like fighting with him. She apparently pulls out a gun and shoots this man. Now, she says it's self-defense, that he was attacking her, but yet she's... Anyway. So, yeah. He was 69 years old. He died from the incident, right? But um, apparently the reason, and he wasn't even intentionally running. He didn't intentionally run from a cop or go through a stoplight or a stop sign or whatever. He was having a diabetic episode. And um yeah. So there was an interview that I saw. It was of her mom and dad, and apparently the Kenneth Herring, they're saying it because of where it's at in Georgia. I can't remember the name of the county where it was at, but Kenneth Herring is a black man, and she's 69 years old, and she is a young white girl. And so there was this, I guess there was a lot of people up in arms, about racial things. And so his family, I guess, is like saying one thing and her family is saying another. And yeah. So, anyways, this is gonna be messy, messy, messy. Um, Hi, Dawn. Dawn McCreary creates. Did you change your name? Did you add the creates onto that, Dawn? Because I don't remember that part of your name. How are you, Jenny Trioli? Yeah, I know, Shirley. It's going to be bad. I agree. It's not going to be good. Um, and I wrote this down. Her mother said in an interview that I saw that Hannah, her daughter, says, but she does not see color. She sees right and she sees wrong. And so, anyway, I don't know. But I'm anxious to, if they have the opening statements today, I'm anxious to see, because I'm assuming that is going to be brought up straight out of the gate, right? That's what I think. And I keep watching because usually, let's see, Georgia, what time zone is Georgia in? Is all of Georgia in like Eastern Standard Time, you think? Does anybody know? Oh, you did change it. That's what I thought, Dawn. I was like, that looks different. Um, Everybody's saying hi to Dawn. Oh. But yeah, I'm anxious to see how this is going to roll. I'm anxious to see how this is going to roll. Now, there is another trial that I saw when I was on YouTube earlier, and I was like, I had never heard of this either. Apparently, there's some sort of another trial that just started, like out of the blue today, and I hadn't even heard anything about it anywhere. Um, so I'm gonna see what that one's about. When I get a little bit to like get into it and figure that one out. Um, Sherry says Eastern. Shirley said, I know Lower Alabama is an hour behind me in Florida. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is if they're like if they're on Eastern Standard Time, it's 1:24 p.m. So if they picked a jury and got it all figured out, squared away, then the judge was probably like, okay, take a lunch till 1:30 and meet back and start opening statements. So now I don't know if they do get that started today. I want to stream that because I'm really interested in this case. This poor man, Kenneth Herring. Hold on a second. I've got, if I can figure out, I've got pictures, but I can't figure out how to show them to you guys. Let me see if I can figure that out real quick. Let's see if I can figure that out. So I have some of these pictures here on my desktop, but I don't know why. Oh, there goes a UPS truck. Maybe I need to hold on just a minute. I might be able to, I know I'm like, but I've just got these photos and I'm thinking that I have to turn them into like a PDF for it to let me share it on the screen thing here. The UPS man is out there, not here, but across the road. And they've been doing a lot of tree trim. Like the electric company has been like ripping up all the trees up and down our road. They were up the road yesterday, literally cut down this one person's entire tree. And then to this morning, before it was even barely daylight, they were out here across the road from me in my neighbor's yard cutting down their trees. I'm like, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? I don't understand. Okay, so I've got these 4 photos. Let me see if I can hold on a second. Let me more. See if it's going to let me make these a PDF. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Gosh, this TV is so loud. Yeah, I don't know how to turn them into what I'm wanting to do. No, they're not burying cable. I don't know if they're just like trying to get rid of things like around the power lines, like tree limbs around the power lines, or what, but there goes a big truck. Shirley said, how's it self-defense if she barricaded him and opened his truck door and shot him? I know. I think what she was trying to do maybe is like from her point of view, I think she thought that he was trying to run away from the scene of a crime, right? And she's trying to keep him there. When the 911 dispatcher was telling her, stop, don't do anything. And whenever he started, like, I guess if he was being combative, it was because he was in a diabetic whatever. And yeah, it just escalated really quick. So I don't know. Definitely a sad story. Yeah. Everybody's good, Dawn. Everybody's doing good. Let me see if I can figure out this. I'm trying to find out how to get this so I can show you these pictures. but I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Um, it says video and animation are currently not supported. We recommend adding them as a separate video file using Keynote. Inside of Keynote, go to File, Export to, then select PDF. Oh, well, maybe I can. Uh, yeah, I can do split screen, Shirley, but the thing is I have to get the pictures somewhere where, um, like you guys don't see everything else on my computer. You know what I mean? Um, open with maybe preview. Will that let me do it? Um, let's see if I can make this big. Mm, I'm back. I was parked before, but just got out of work. Oh, yay. Yay. Hmm. Okay. Now, let me see if I can present, share screen, window. Okay, can you guys see that? Can you guys see this? Okay. Well, good. I'm glad you can see it. So, the girl here is Hannah Payne, okay? Like I said, she's a young woman. I mean, like 21 years old when this happened, right? And then this guy is her lawyer. And then back behind, you can see this older gentleman with a blue and white plaid shirt and blonde long hair. This, I think, is her father. Okay. Um, yeah. And then, okay, I'm gonna go to this next picture. This is her mom and dad. Okay. This was the interview I was talking about whenever she had said something like, um, hold on a second. Let me get back on here. There we go. So her mom and dad, this was an interview, I guess, after when it first happened. Um, and when I watched the interview, this was the part where her mom was like, Hannah doesn't see color. She only sees right and she sees wrong. And, yeah. So, um, and then, the dad, I think this is her dad. If that's her dad, he definitely looks much younger here than he does here, right? Back here, well, in this picture, he looks much older than he does here. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I know Abigail. She was trying her best to make a citizen's arrest, I guess. Um, this is her mugshot. She's a pretty girl. Sad, sad, sad. What were you thinking? Why? Why? All right, and then this is the accident scene, right? So we have the like police, fire and rescue, I guess. And the Jeep in the front is her Jeep. That's how she like barricaded him at an angle. The guy's truck is here, this Dodge. It's got the passenger door open. Yeah, and then I've got a picture of him. Let me go grab that one. Let me stop sharing here. Let me go grab that picture of him. Kenneth Herring. My nose is itching, itching, itching. I'm not picking my nose, I promise. I'm not picking my nose. No, I'm not doing that. So I have these two pictures. Let me open these with the preview thing. Okay, let me present again. Window, this one. All right. There he is. That's Kenneth Herring. Isn't he handsome? He's a handsome, elderly, not elderly even. He don't even look that old to me. It said he was 69, I think is what I read. I'm like, he looks good for his age, but he's a handsome man. And then that picture below him, let me show you that one, is her crying in court. Yeah. But yeah, look how handsome he is. Yeah. That breaks my heart. That's so sad. What was she thinking? What was she thinking? Abigail, I wouldn't chase anyone either. I concur. So handsome. That is a shame. Absolutely. Hey, Lee, you're back. I missed you popping in, I think. Like if I see cops, I'd be like, skirt. Skirt out the freaking way. Ay, ay, ay. Hi, Angie's Crafting with Diamonds. How are you? I missed you popping in too. Hello and welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me see if I missed anything else. Abigail says, sorry, she's at work, literally working and lurking, but I'm here. Oh my goodness, I'm getting a phone call. Hold on a second. Hold on. You're on live. Yeah. Yes.
Hi.
Hold on, hold on. Hold on.
I didn't know you were live.
I don't know. No idea. I went live earlier today and did a live whip and chat, and I think whenever you go live back to back, it won't send that second notification out, I think maybe.
Oh.
Yeah, hold on, look. Hold on, hold on. Let me show you the peoples. Hold
Oh
on.
dear.
Hold on.
I'm seeing trees. You're not live. You're joking.
No, I'm live. Look. Hold on. I'm trying to get you.
You're watching a replay.
No, I'm not. I'm live. Mickey Joe says, hello, Grace.
Hey, Mickey George.
Yeah, Mickey Joe.
Are you doing one of your unboxing things?
No, I'm doing talking about a couple of cases. Poppy, will you hush?
Sorry for busting in on your...
No worries. There's CB.
I don't know. Can they see me? Can they? Hello.
They can see you. And then there's I'm trying to fix it so that you can see the chat. But why won't it? I don't know why it's not showing you. Anyway. I'm live.
Are you back in your desk? No. Why does it look like there's a window behind the computer?
There is. I'm in my bedroom. But I'm at the table that's in the corner by the window. Yeah. It's not now. It's not now.
Well, I'll let you go back into your live and I'll
Everybody's saying hi. All right.
I won't be chatting in chat because, I'm driving.
Yeah, I know. I know.
All right.
All right. Everybody says hi.
See you later.
All right. Bye. Love you.
Bye.
Bye. She's a maniac. She's a maniac. So she's on her way to work. Shirley says, I got both messages, but I'm getting my nails done. Oh, you got notifications both times? Oh, I was figuring the second time because Abigail didn't get a notification the first time for the whipping chat, but this time I don't know if she did or not either. Christy Bigelow, hi. So, let me run back over real quick because I want to keep an eye out for this Hannah chick. I don't want to miss those opening statements because I don't see nothing yet. Let me run over here to refresh the things. Ay. I don't see it yet. Nope, not yet. Let me look on my phone so we can kind of see. Mickey got a notification both times. Okay, well, good. Abigail said, I didn't get any notifications so I checked to make sure I rung the bell. It was rung. So I unrung and rerung. Sherry got a notification on both. Good deal. Lee said, I never get notified and I have all clicked. Weird. That's weird. Crazy pants. Hold on a second. I'm gonna run over to Twitter or X, whatever you call it. I can't call it X. I still call it Twitter. Do you guys ever use Twitter or X? I only use it for like breaking news kind of things. Let me see. Let's search. And see what we find. latest. Um, Wowly, you don't get any notifications at all? There must be some kind of wonky setting then in your settings and not just on YouTube. Chris says, I use Twitter, but it's crazy over there. It is crazy over there. It is crazy over there. Um, all right. So, looks like they're close to seating a jury. Expecting openings this afternoon, says Kathy Russin from, I think is she with Law and Crime Network or is she with Court TV? I always get confused. I think it's Law and Crime Network. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. It is. And then looky here. I also see that there's going to be a hearing tomorrow for Tracy Ferreter, who is the wife of Timothy Ferreter, the boy in the box case. Boy in a box case. So it's about to be her turn. Yes, I'm using StreamYard. Angie. I'm using StreamYard. Binge watching Kindred Spirits. I stopped when it changed. Changed what, Shirley? Oh, when it switched from Twitter to X. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Did they ever arrest the mother of the boy they found near us? Did they ever arrest the mother of the boy? What boy? I don't know what you're talking about, Mick. I don't know. Um, the boy found in the suitcase? Here? Are you talking about the Gannon Stalk? That trial's over, and they're not near us in Salem. I don't know about that. I've never heard anything about that. Never heard anything about it. I think somebody mentioned that, but I never heard anything more about it. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Um, Let me go back and click on. Hold on, I'm just checking for updates and I'm not seeing anything yet. I'm getting antsy. He's buried in Salem now because nobody knew anything. What do you mean nobody knew anything? They arrested the mom's girlfriend. I don't know. I don't have a clue. No idea. No clue. At all whatsoever. But yeah, I need to I guess look that up. What do you mean his body was like? Do they not know who he? I mean, apparently they know who he is if they arrested the boy's mom's girlfriend. But what? How was that? Don't make any sense. Oh, they know now. Look, listen. Good luck to the poor sod who wants to try and fit me into any dang suitcase. Just saying. Yeah. And why are you talking, Gracie? You're supposed to be driving. You better be stopped at a stop sign, a stoplight, or parked somewhere. Ma'am. Ma'am. I just keep refreshing. I'm refreshing all the tabs because I'm anxious, anxious, anxious. I want this one to start. I'm thinking if they're going to try to get opening statements in today, um, if they're going to try to get both the state and the defense's opening statements in, they're going to have to hurry up because they usually out of the court by 5 o'clock, right? I mean, usually, and it's already just about 2. Um, they're called traffic lights. Whatever. Grace. Voice to text. Traffic lights, ma'am, not stoplights. No, they are called stoplights. Oh my goodness, Shirley. Thank you for the super sticker. That's very sweet of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Look, Shirley, that was sweet. Thank you. Aw. I'll have to use that for, I'll have to put that in my coffee fund. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. You're the sweetest. For the traffic light emoji, you have to write traffic light. Just saying, Jenny. Mm-mm. No. You guys kill me. Why you gotta side with Grace for, Mickey? Mickey Jor. Mickey Jor. Look, Grace. Look. Won't that be pretty hanging up here? Won't that be pretty? Oh. Because she's correct. Whatever. You don't ever call it a traffic light. It's a stoplight. It's a stoplight. Lee EC says you can use stoplight too. There you go. Turkey lurkies. Turkey lurkies. Okay, let's see. Going to refresh. A refresh. You guys remember back all those years ago? Like, I think it was the very first, and I'm sure there were, I mean, I know that there were more, right? But my mom was obsessed with watching the O.J. Simpson trial, right? Obsessed. Like she lived, breathed, ate, slept the O.J. Simpson trial. And, yeah. Yeah. That was pretty cool. And then there was another one that she was real big into watching. What was that one, Mickey? Was that, Oliver North, I think. I think so. But anyway, yeah. Oh, we look so pretty. Or a green light. It's a red light or a stoplight. We don't, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Tomato, tomato, said Shirley. Um, what was I gonna say? Yeah, Oliver North. Um, but those were like big deals back. Like they didn't have live streaming back then, right? Well, I mean, we had satellite TV back then, and Mom watched it, and that was a big deal. Yeah. And then whenever I got older, um, it was like the Casey Anthony was the big trial that I like was like headlocked on. And then oh yeah, of course Johnny Depp. That trial was amazing. But yeah, I don't know. I've just always liked true crime and stuff like that. Dateline shows and all those fun shows. I call them fun because it's entertainment for me, even though I know it's not entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, it's like the Snapped. That one. That was one show that I always like. Have always liked it. And then whenever I got into YouTube through diamond painting, that's whenever I found like live trials, like that you could just like all the time, you know? And so that's what I've like, that's what I do. Casey Anthony, my mouth hit the floor with that verdict. Exactly. I know. I could not believe it. I remember I was standing outside at the pool with Shane, my nephew, and someone came out the back door and said that she was found not guilty. And I was like, no, you're lying to me. No, quit lying. Because I knew for a fact, like I would have bet everything on the fact that she was going away for the rest of her life. And boy, howdy, was I wrong. Oh, God. We did low key cover the Johnny Depp case. That was fun. I know, Shirley. Ugh. I just can't believe that. Oh, on the case with Paula Zahn. That's another good one. Lee says, well, technically, Gracie is right, and the light system indicates what traffic has to do. Stop is red, stop if you can do so safely, yellow or amber, and go green. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, I like Paula Zahn. They watch too much TV with fake cases. Mm-hmm. Circumstantial evidence can be used. Yeah, it can. It can for sure. But there are so many that are coming up that I'm really like anxious for and excited about. Uh so I kind of, I mean, I've been talking about the whole true crime, like doing a true crime thing for a long time, and I was like, and there is a big case that's going to be coming up early next year. I think in May. I can't remember. but it's the case against Lisa Snyder from Pennsylvania. And she, I don't know if you guys remember this. This happened like 3, 4 years ago. Um, but Lisa Snyder, she was from Berks, Pennsylvania. I think it was Berks County, Pennsylvania. And she hung both of her kids in their basement. And she blamed it on the boy, the son. Like they were literally, I think Connor and Brinley were her kids. They were like the little girl was like 4, 5 maybe, and Connor was like 7, 8, 9, something like that. And he was saying that Connor hung his sister Brinley and then hung himself. Uh, and yeah, nah, that's not what happened. That is not what happened. Um. Oh, Gina, my sister, Mickey in the chat, she was too. Mickey was really into the Jodi Arias case. Let me see. Let me scroll. People in Jersey go through red lights like there's no tomorrow. I bet. Yay, yay, yay. Jersey and New York think the lights are decorations or just suggestions. uh, People who unalive their children make me beyond mad. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, no, no. Mm-mm. Hi, Kath. By the way, how are you? Um, what about the wacko woman that allegedly done 3 of her kids in? Which one was that? There were so many. Talking about Susan Smith. Is she the one that's getting ready to get out? I think she's getting ready to get out of prison. Yeah. And the Gypsy Rose no, I almost said McCreary because I saw Dawn's name. It was Gypsy Rose Blanchard. She is getting ready to get out too. Um, that was a travesty. Casey Anthony was such a liar. Ugh. I really just struggled with that case. Mm. Mm-mm. At the time that was going on, Eli was about the same age as Kaylee, her daughter. And yeah, I just cannot imagine. Dawn watched the Jodi Arias case too. She was the one who jumped out her bedroom window. Who was Jodi or who? The mom. What 3 kids, Mickey? There's so many different cases. Like I pretty much have to have a name to go with a case, or I'll get confused easily. Kath's awake at 6 a.m. JJ is full of energy. Good morning, Kath. Good morning, JJ. Shirley said a few women did that and don't deserve to get out. Well, so I'm thinking Susan Smith. Let me look on my phone. Susan Smith. Let me just refresh this real quick to see. Okay, let me go back here and type in Susan Smith and see. Um, Oh my goodness. Yeah, here. Um, Susan Smith. Um, she's up for parole if she's not already out. Um, oh wait, it says that she's just going to the parole board. It's not guaranteed. Hmm. Okay. Well, I had heard that she was getting out, so I guess that's not a guarantee. Well, I hope that she's not because no. No, 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 no. Oh, I didn't know about Andrea Yates being up for parole too. Oh my God. Hello again, Elizabeth. This time we're talking true crime. I didn't want to combine the true crime stuff with my whip and chat, you know? Oh, Shirley, I like the behavior panel too. I really like them. Um, Grace says, okay, my lovely heifers, I'm at work and need to go earn some coin. Love you. Love you too. Have a good day. Gina's never heard of Lisa Snyder. Look her up. Lisa Snyder, Berks, Pennsylvania. And Berks is spelled Berks. There's a lot more that she did besides just hanging her two kids. Yeah. Wow. Oh, here we have a picture of, hold on, let me show you. Here's a picture of Susan Smith now. Yep, that's what she looks like now. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Wow. Crazy pants, right? Um, I'm friends with Travis Alexander's brother on Facebook. We spoke a couple times in Messenger during the trial. He's a great guy, and their family went through hell with Jody's testimony that was lies. So Travis Alexander is the one that she killed, right? Because, see, I didn't really follow that case much when it came out. Um, that's the one where she, weren't they in like some kind of religion and then, um, I can't remember. Uh, and she killed him in the shower or something like that. Abigail says, Gam Gam. Yeah, I know. She was young, young, young when she went to prison. Um, you expect these people to look like monsters. I know. She looks like the normal, everyday woman that you would like pass in the grocery store buying like organic fruit for her children, you know? Oh, she accused Travis of abuse and stuff. She looks like she's been at a spa, right? Oh, okay. Gina, she was evenly Mormon, I believe. Hey, Kel, there you are. Yeah, you did. The shower. Yeah, she did. Yeah, you could actually see her reflection in his eyes as he was in the shower. I heard that. I think I remember hearing that. Abigail said, OMG, Kel, get wrecked. She snuck in his house through the doggy door? What in the world? How does a person. Well, I mean, she had to have been super thin, right? She was doing a photo session. Okay, I remember that. I remember seeing pictures and him in the shower. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm. She was totally obsessed with him, and he was starting to see other women, and she just could not deal with it. Yeah. Didn't she also go from like dark hair to like bleach blonde and then back to dark again? Or because I remember seeing pictures of her with like really dark hair and really like white hair. Starved, said Shirley. He tried numerous times breaking it off with her. Wow. I know Kel loves her some true crime. Her and Chris both like true crime. So, um, and Kel, what I was talking about earlier when I first started the stream is, um, I've talked about forever doing like true crime over here, you know? So I thought I would do a little bit of it here and then eventually maybe move it to a different spot because a different, you know, channel or something because I don't want to, um, you know, drive diamond painters away with, trial stuff and true crime stuff. Gail said hell hath no fury. Right, right. Gina said, I don't think Susan Smith has a conscience at all. No, no. She showed a t shirt saying she survived domestic violence right in court and how she was going to sell the shirts and donate the money. She's a real gem. That's gross. That's disgusting. Oh my gosh. Donate the money, please. Whatever. Whatever. I can't with people. I don't like that. Okay, let me go back and look. I gotta keep refreshing the Twitters and the stuff. Okay, let me go back to Anna Payne. Um. Oh no. What? I thought jury selection was already done and over with. Um. So, a new update. It looks less likely that opening statements will happen today. They're still in jury selection. So, poopy doopy. Why in the world would they still be in jury selection? I thought they already. They started jury selection yesterday. No good. Um. Wow, those semi trucks that are going down through here are being very obnoxious. Very obnoxious. So, I want to look. Um, Hold on a minute. La 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 la. Um. Wow, Hannah Payne is now 25 years old. She was 21 when it happened, so. Um, I'm looking to see if there's any updates at the end of the. Not seeing anything, so. It might be tomorrow. Daggone it. Um, there was another case, or another, we call it trial, that was. Um, Hold on, I'm going back into the chat. I missed a few. Donate it to herself, no doubt, right? I do too, Shirley. I listen to true crime when I diamond paint. My little old opinion, best of luck to Susan if she does ever get out. Her attempt to blame the POC community was absolutely disgusting. She's going to get what she deserves eventually. Hey, baby cakes. Mickey said I couldn't say what I would have done. People who lie about abuse and illness are just the lowest of the low. I agree. Oh, so Travis was due to go on a trip with the new girl. And Jody was like, nah, nope, no, you don't. Ay, ay, ay. Kel, I agree. I've got enough wrong with me. I would be delighted if someone wanted all this baggage. Oh. Oh no, Mickey. Mickey said over the course of a week, I've almost eaten a container of strawberry icing. I mean, I like icing too. Spoonfuls by the spoonful. Yeah, I know. I'm looking, hold on a minute. I don't know who it is that is streaming. Oh, by the spoonful, right? I know. I just turned you on the TV and hadn't silenced the phone. That sigh was in stereo, lol. In stereo. Oh, sorry, I just hit the mic. Sounds good. Have you ever tried cookie butter? I have not tried that, Shirley. And there are so many different flavors. Oh my God, Kel, are you serious? Kel just said her ex told his girlfriend he had cancer so she wouldn't break up with him. Wow. Mm-mm. You don't say those kinds of things. Because to me, that's like speaking things into existence. You know what I mean? No. No. That's so gross. Man. But there is, like I was gonna say, there's another trial that started today, and I don't know anything about it, but I'm gonna go see if I can find who's streaming it. Um, mm, hold on just a minute. Um, oh, up. Okay, so we're gonna turn this on. Um, I found, hold on. Things may have changed. We may not see openings in this trial until tomorrow, but this is here just in case. We'll keep this updated. Okay, so let me share this. Hold on a minute. Yeah, you don't speak that into existence. No. Ugh. Mm. Let me share the screen. I've got this, no, not that one. It's this one. Okay. That is her. Um, and I'm just kind of like, I don't know. She just looks so young, right? I just kind of, whenever they get into the opening statements, the state is going to start first. That's how it usually always rolls, right? And then they're going to give his side of the story. And then she's going to give her side of the story. I just don't know how it's going to, I don't know how it's going to go. Shirley said, I agree. You don't speak things like that into existence. Don't forget to give Jenny a thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you. Let's talk about Charles Manson. He be cray cray. Born in Eastern Kentucky above a bar to a prostitute who sold him for alcohol. His grandparents raised him for a while, I think. Well, he is crazy. He definitely is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Um, I want to look and see if I can find what was the name of that. Let me go and look up something else on here. Because this other case that I found out that is going on today is the one that I hadn't heard about is here. Um, Apparently it's supposed to be like a love triangle, so to speak. I don't know. Um, but I don't know which where the original stream is at for it. Mm, sorry, I'm just looking around for things. It might, Mickey. their long crime said that they were going to keep this up, and it's open and ready. The stream is ready. Um, so if they do, then they'll update and it would just start automatically. But it might not be till tomorrow. I think it just fully depends. If they're still working on a juror, maybe they've only got like one juror left that they're trying to get squared away and figured out. And if that's the case, then they would go ahead and start today. But if not, then hopefully it'll be tomorrow. Or should be tomorrow. Mm. Hmm. Mm. Okay, let me go back. See if I can find who's sharing that stream. Hmm. Um, it looks like that trial is Maricela Botello. Opening statement started today. Love triangle is what it said. It's two girls and a guy. This chick ends up murdered in Deep Ellum, Texas. Dallas police confirms two suspects accused of murder have been arrested in Cambodia. This one is not being streamed by any bigger networks, so I don't want to share it just in case because I don't want to like get Mark in trouble. Let me open this link up and see if, hold on a minute. Oh, sorry guys, I was out. No, she hasn't been in jail the whole time. I don't know how long, but I know she wasn't in jail the entire time. And Hannah's case is she killed a 62-year-old man. She shot him while she was trying to make a citizen arrest. It's a little crazy pants. The plea deal didn't work out. It didn't happen. Yeah. So let me check on this. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Bill told her to don't bother him, leave him alone, let him do his thing. And she's like, "No, I got this." And she's like, I'm gonna stop this guy." Yeah. That didn't work out too well for her, did it? Um, oof. Mhm. Yeah, if you guys are interested in watching this one, I'm not going to share it because like I said, I'm not going to share the stream because it's not being shared by a bigger network and I don't want to get like any kind of like copyright strike, you know? Um, but, um, it's Maricela, or you can Google Lisa Dykes, Dykes, and you can follow. It looks like Fox 4 Dallas Fort Worth on YouTube is streaming it. Um, well, he's definitely arrested, sadly enough. Ah, it was so sad. That's sad, sad, sad. I was really hoping, though, that we get to see some opening statements. Opening statements. Very, very sad. Oh, great. What in the world? This. So, the guys that are doing the tree trimming across the road, he has now walked, this REMC guy, the electric company guy, has now walked over to my other neighbor next door to me's pole and he's yanking a big root off of the electric pole, which is fine, whatever, but dude, maybe they're just getting ready for winter. Like they don't want I get that. But they like took a whole tree out up the road here at another neighbor's house. Okay. Shirley said, it's Christmas and my bank is checking for fraud. It's probably my rent again, but I'm going to call them. If you're still here, I will be back. Love to everyone. Thanks, Shirley. And if I'm here, I'm here. If I'm not, I'm not. But we will see you the next time, just in case. And hopefully, no fraud. Hopefully, no fraud. Um, sorry. I'm not intentionally being quiet. I don't have the ability to multitask. So there's that. I mean, how long does it really take to pick a jury anyway? I know they have the same questions they ask these people over and over and over and over and over again. And come on, get with the program. Get with the program. I'm not a multitasker either, Mickey. Not good at it. I'm not good at multitasking. I'm not good at it at all. Not good at it at all. There's this other trial that's going on that I've heard about it, but I haven't really um gotten into it a whole lot other than just the story. I know what the story is, but it's this Elijah McClain where all those like firemen and cops and EMT people like surrounded him and he was given like lethal doses of ketamine, which is the same. I mean, that's what, you know, the whole Maya girl was taken for her CRPS, right? In the Take Care of Maya case. But I don't know what the amount was that he was given, and I don't know if that's the only thing that, you know. I know, Elizabeth. It's because they both have to agree. I get it. Yeah, yeah. She was clearly doing it wrong, right? I know. No, Gina, it's a thing, but most people don't do that. I don't know. I don't know. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna switch to. Looks like my internet flipped to the wrong Wi-Fi. Wait a minute. I don't know if I want to do that because if I do that, is it gonna cut my stream off? Do you guys see and hear everything okay still? Because it's telling me that I've got an unstable connection right now. Mm-hmm. 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 So I'm not going to show that love triangle case. Okay, it looks like they're taking down the Hannah Payne, Georgia versus Hannah Payne um stream, but it says that they'll have it back up in the morning. So I'll wait till they take it down, and then um I will check in on this Elijah McClain case. Uh, mm, sounds good. Okay. All righty, all righty, all righty. Shirley's back. Were you frauded? Were you frauded? I hope you were not frauded. Elizabeth, I heard you were in trouble. with something like that? You got hacked or frauded or something with your bank card or something? Yay, good deal, Shirley, good deal. Good deal. Mm. And if I switch this over to this other trial, um, then it will be a good trial and error for me to make sure that the streaming works and stuff with that, with the sound and everything because um yeah, Oh yeah, bank card info stolen, money stolen, big ol' mess. Oh my God, Elizabeth. Did you get it figured out and squared away? And is the bank like, do you get to keep your money or? Shirley said I hit the wrong number and had to call them back. Mm. I've had that happen before, Elizabeth, though. I've had that happen before, and it's the worst, especially, excuse me, this close to Christmas. Oh my God. Mm, I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing that because it don't look like anything's happening. And I will instead turn this on. Hold on. See if I can get this one going. This is the Elijah McClain murder trial, Colorado versus Jeremy Cooper and Peter. I don't know how to say this guy's last name. I've heard it said 100 different ways, but Cichuniec, something like that. Um, um, I don't know if they're on a break or what. Yeah, it looks like they must be on a break or something. Because hey, baby. Dale's just come in. He's like, "What are you doing?" Yes. 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 But I think that. Oh, it's over here. I stole Dale's charger. I'm always stealing Dale's charger. Here, you can have it. I keep stealing Dale's chargers. I'm sorry. I do, but I don't know where it's at. I think it's in the kitchen, plugged up, maybe. I'm the worst. I steal all of the chargers. Me and Eli, we both are the charger stealers. Mm. Oh no, Elizabeth. She says, I can't pay my artists. I can't pay my bills. It's so bad. I hate it here. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. The card is canceled. The transactions have to go all the way through. Then I can file a claim to get my money back. Until then, nothing can be done. Oh my God. I have chargers, Dawn. That's the thing. I have chargers. I have good chargers. But I was in here in the bedroom getting ready to do this, and my good charger was in the kitchen. But Dale had a good charger plugged up on the other side of the bed, so I'm like, I'll just grab it. It's easier to grab it. I'm the worst. Yes. Okay. Um, so this one is not started. We're gonna, but this one, I think this Elijah McClain trial, I think that they're on lunch or something too. I don't know because there's nothing on the screen. And this trial is, I guess we can rewind it a little bit. Let me share it. Watch live. Ba 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 ba. Ooh, my belly just growled. Did you hear that? Da 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 da. So this one is the one that is going on, but it looks like that from what I can gather, this entire trial has been going on like through either WebEx. I was going to say either WebEx or Zoom, but it's going on through WebEx. So, um, I'm assuming that they are on either lunch break or just like a 15-minute break, 20-minute break. I don't know. So, I'm going to rewind it a bit and see. Potentially what we've missed. Just bear with me. Maybe maybe they took lunch and they're not back yet. Okay, here we go. Here's something.
Could be a homicide.
And I think you might have answered that next sentence then. It may be a homicide if the actions of officers led to his death, e.g., the chokehold led to stimulation of the carotid sinus resulting in an arrhythmia. Were those the two you were just explaining?
Correct. I also elaborated a little bit that if he had the carotid hold, that possibly could have also induced vomiting, which would also make it a homicide.
Then you conclude with, based on my review of the EMS reports, hospital records, body cam footage from the restraining officers, and the autopsy findings, I cannot determine which manner of death is most likely. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, those are my words.
So
Can you guys hear that?
what you had considered, and nowhere in that did you say, and I'm still waiting on additional information. Is that correct?
Not correct. That's why it's covered on the disclaimer on the cover sheet saying, this is based on what we know so far.
And Dr. Siena, let's be fair to this jury. You've conducted, did you say between 8,000 and 10,000 autopsies?
I think 8,500 to 9,000, somewhere in there.
Okay.
How many of those have you ever gone back and amended an opinion on? What percent?
Is that better or no?
1 or 2 a year, somewhere in there.
And most of those are due to toxicology findings you get later. Isn't that true?
No, most of the cases that are waiting on toxicology, I just sit in the file until I get my toxicology back, and then I sign them out immediately, so there's no amendment.
And how many times do you amend
Good deal.
opinions based on
receiving expert reports from a whole bunch of other doctors?
Not very often. I don't usually have cases that involve a lot.
I didn't enjoy.
It's extremely rare, if ever, that has occurred.
I didn't enjoy watching this one.
I've been involved in cases with multiple doctors and multiple experts, but in my experience, it's not very rare to have so many people involved in a case, although this was a high-profile case.
I didn't enjoy watching this one. I just paused it for a second. But I didn't enjoy watching this one because I can't see who's who. I don't know any. I mean, like, they've got the three different, views from the WebEx, and like, obviously you can see the two different parties there, but like, you can't see the witness's face, or they're not even showing, like, from what I gathered, I couldn't even see any like evidence, like photos or documents, or so yeah, this has not been an easy one to follow.
So I'm not surprised.
So in November of 2019, a few weeks after you met with the police department and the district attorney's office, this case you issued a death certificate on, correct?
The office issued a death certificate, yes, that was undetermined.
And the report was closed for all intents and purposes, wasn't it?
I believe for months, yes.
So it just sat there. Nothing happened until, let's move forward, the fall of 2021. Correct? In the in-between time, had you done anything?
No, I believe the case was signed out and it wasn't reopened until more information came to light.
And let's talk about what that meant. Elijah's body was released, right? The organs were released, right?
The majority of the organs went back with the body except for those that were donated.
The heart was destroyed, correct?
A cross-section of the heart was kept in my stock jar, which is my routine practice, but the remainder went back with the body.
So when we're talking about the narrow lag, that was one of the only two things that made it to contributing factors in your initial report. We're talking about a portion of the heart, right?
Right, we're talking about one of the three major coronary arteries.
Did you cut the cross-section of the heart, or did somebody else?
I cut the cross-section of the heart.
So the fact that it was cut, for lack of a better non-medical term, inartfully, I think, was it cut tangentially?
Hi, Brenda.
When I cut the heart, I did a complete cross-section, so it would have a complete cross-section of the lumen. When the lab, or the microscopic slide, they embedded that in an angle, so I got a tangential section.
And if that was a contributing issue, you could have just asked them to recut it, right?
They did try to re-embed it, but if you have a tube and you cut part of it that way, you're not going to get a complete cross-section when you turn it around.
If you still had the heart, you could recut it, right?
Well, there was another section.
And when you investigated the heart, did you do any investigation to look for corollaries? Corollary or collateral arteries? Anything?
Oh, collateral arteries.
Sorry, collaterals.
If you're born with a small artery, your body tends to compensate by having other capillaries suck blood from the other big coronary arteries, and it's really hard to see capillaries with the naked eye. In fact, I can't. I'm not aware of a study to quantify the number of capillaries to see if you have cross circulation. So I couldn't see collateral circulation, but the fact that he had a small artery with no heart symptoms suggests that he did get blood from other parts of his body.
I believe what you've previously testified to was you assumed that there were collaterals. It's fair to say?
Yes, and I'm assuming now that since he had no symptoms, he had some collateral circulation.
You would agree with me as a scientist that's reaching a cause of death in a high profile case where you know it's going to be subject to scrutiny, it might have been a good idea to confirm versus making an assumption, don't you think?
I'm not aware of an autopsy technique that shows collateral capillaries.
Did you confer with a cardiologist?
I did not, but they don't routinely do autopsies.
Okay. Well, in the in-between time where nothing is happening and while the heart and the body are gone, you went on and did other autopsies, right? This case was done for intensive purposes.
Correct.
In the fall of 2021, you receive a call from the Attorney General's office to discuss this case. Is that fair to say?
It may have been a call, or it may have been an email, or it may have been to the office to discuss the case.
And they'd asked if you'd be willing to look at it again. Is that fair to say?
Probably I don't recall the conversation.
And no place in those intervening time had you reached out and asked anybody anything.
It always cracks me up because, you know, one of the phrases that they always say is that fair to say? Would that be fair? Is that fair to say? It cracks me up. I'm gonna find the picture of Elijah McClain so you can actually see his picture. Such a cute young fella.
About getting additional body-worn camera footage. True?
Not true. Once I said I'm determined, I wasn't going to keep nagging.
And before you allowed Elijah's heart and body to be released and destroyed, you didn't check with the Attorney General's office, did you?
So Steve,
Did you seek permission from anybody to release the body and the heart?
that's not my role to release the body and the heart. That's coroner office practice. I don't have anything to do with it.
Okay. And in 2021, actually, I might have my dates wrong. When did the Attorney General's office reach out to you? Do you remember approximately when?
I don't recall. I can tell you the second report was issued July 15th, 2021.
Okay, so it was probably fall of 2020 then. Fair to say?
Maybe.
You wouldn't have been doing your report before you were even contacted, so I think I was inartful. Fair to say you were probably contacted the fall before you amended your report.
I don't recall.
Okay, so here's this. Let me stop sharing that for a minute and let me run over here and share this with you guys so you can actually see this. This was something I just found on Wikipedia whenever I Googled his name. Elijah Jovan McClain, 23-year-old American black man from Aurora, Colorado, who was killed as he was walking home from a convenience store. 3 police officers and 2 paramedics were involved in the violent encounter which led to his death. And look how handsome. He's handsome. He's handsome. Now, I know he had a ski mask on. I don't know. Oh, here it says 3 Aurora police officers confronted him after responding to a call by an Aurora civilian about an unarmed person wearing a ski mask that looked sketchy. 3 police officers were involved in the incident. Nathan Woodyard, Jason Rosenblatt, and Randy Rodema all said that their body cameras were knocked off during a struggle with McClain. McClain was forcibly held to the ground with his hands cuffed behind his back, after which Woodyard twice applied a chokehold. So, and then the ketamine comes into play here. It says upon arrival, paramedics Jeremy Cooper and Peter Cichuniec, who are the 2 guys on trial right now, these 2 paramedics administered the ketamine, later to be determined to be in excess of a therapeutic dosage. to sedate him. So here it says, while on the scene, McLean went into cardiac arrest. 3 days after arriving at the hospital, he was declared brain dead and was removed from life support. Talks about the different, like, the protests and stuff like that. At the time of his death, listen to this. I had read part of this earlier. Hold on. My phone or my watch is making noises and things. Oh, sorry. You guys still there? Let me check on you in the chat. I know, isn't he cute? He's a cutie. Dawn, were you the one that said that somebody, I can't remember if it was you, that had said that this was in your town? It was mid-August. That's why it was sketchy, but still tragic. I'm sketchy about believing the help here. In my opinion, he would not have been noticed and went on his way. They lost all their body cams. Do you think it would have happened if he wasn't black? I don't know. But this here, the background, it says at the time of his death, Elijah McLean had been a massage therapist for about 4 years. He shared an apartment with his cousin close to the site where he was taken into custody and subsequently died. He never been arrested or charged with a crime. His friends and family described him as a spiritual seeker, a pacifist, an oddball, vegetarian, athlete, and a peacemaker who was exceedingly gentle. He looks like it. I mean, that's what he looks like here. I mean, look how cute he is. Look at that. I don't understand. Yeah. Um, it's so heartbreaking. Apparently Elijah was homeschooled. His mom moved them from Denver to Aurora to avoid gang violence. He's intellectually gifted, fiercely independent. He taught himself how to play violin and guitar. During lunch breaks, it says he brought his instruments to animal shelters and played for the abandoned animals, believing that the music put them at ease. So I don't understand why is there ever any information as to why he had a mask on? On the evening of the 24th of August, an Aurora civilian called 911 reporting a male around Billings Street and Evergreen Avenue with a ski mask on and flailing his arms. The caller affirmed during the call that he did not believe the person was armed and that he did not believe that anyone was in immediate danger. But, friends of McLean interviewed after the incident speculated that this arm flailing was most likely dancing, as he is believed to have been listening to music at the time of the call. McLean was dressed warmly and was wearing a ski mask because he had I didn't know this. Listen to this, you guys. McLean was dressed warmly and was wearing a ski mask because he had a blood circulation disorder that caused him to chill easily. I didn't know that. I did not know that. I did not know that. That breaks my heart. Um, and apparently between the police officers and the, you know, I mean, you think about it, who wears a ski mask in August, right? Who does that? Um, and I think that this did happen at night. Um, let's see, does it say what time it happened? Um, let's see. I don't remember if I read if it said what time it happened. Um, but I feel like videos that I saw um did have like it was at nighttime. But I'm not, I'm not banking on that or like saying that it happened at night. I just feel like some of the videos that I saw did say that. Here it says on the 24th of June 2020, after massive protests in Denver and Aurora, lawmakers request for a new third-party investigation into McLean's death. Colorado Governor Jared Polis announced his administration would re-examine the case. 5 days later, photos were discovered that were taken in October of 2019 and showed officers posing inappropriately and reenacting the carotid restraint used on McLean. Taken at the site, he was detained and ultimately assaulted. One officer resigned and 3 were fired. Oh my God. Oh my God. So, yeah, sounds to me like um that's devastating. Can you imagine what his family is like? Oh my God. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know, you guys. That's awful. But he is such a handsome, handsome boy. Very handsome. Well, I say boy. He's a young man. He's a young man. Young man. Young man. All right. I'm going to see if they. Oh, it looks like they're back.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I trust you had a pleasant lunch hour.
I picked up wood for the fireplace.
Excellent. A man who thinks ahead. I like it. I want to. We didn't really get a chance to speak very long before our lunch break, but I want to go back to what we were talking about, which was your initial opinions rendered in this case in your first autopsy report. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And so I think what I neglected to ask you with respect to those opinions, and I want to ask now, when you rendered your opinion that the cause of death was undetermined, that was to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, I basically was saying I don't know what killed him.
Okay. And when you indicated and opined that the contributing factors were intense physical exertion and a narrow left coronary artery, likewise, those were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, correct?
That's correct.
I just
And when you rendered the opinion that the manner of death was
muted it.
undetermined, that was also to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, correct?
Correct.
Now, we talked a little bit about the physical exertion part of that contributing factor. I want to now talk about the second half, the narrow left coronary artery. I believe you previously opined that one of the reasons why you considered the narrow left coronary artery as a contributing factor is because it's not good, essentially, to have a small coronary artery like that and be in a position where you're in a prolonged struggle or physically exerting yourself. Is that fair?
Yes, as a general rule, you'd like to have nice big coronary arteries if you're exerting yourself, and he had a small left anterior descending coronary artery.
Nice big coronary
Okay.
arteries. You want big ones.
And I believe you had made findings on page 9 of your original autopsy report that essentially your findings were that Elijah McLean was in a violent struggle with the officers who were attempting to restrain him. Is that right?
I could look that up real quick, but that's the gist of what I said.
Okay. Physical exertion involved in that struggle, you believe to a reasonable degree of medical certainty contributed to his death.
At that time, yes.
Okay.
Mm.
Now, you also in that original autopsy report made certain findings with respect to excited delirium. Is that right?
Yes, I ruled out excited delirium.
And I want to talk to you a little bit more about that.
Well, it's this kind of stuff that I wish I could see better.
That in your original autopsy report, you ruled out excited delirium just as you did here now after lunch, correct?
Correct. Otherwise, I would have determined that was the cause of death.
Okay. In your opinion, in your original report, you actually go to great lengths talking about potential causes of death and why you land on undetermined, correct?
I do, yes.
That's really not typical for you. Typically, your cause of death section is maybe a paragraph, 3 or 4 sentences.
Can be as little as 1 or 2. I also typically don't put manner of death in my autopsy reports.
Okay. But in this report, with respect to Mr. McLean, your opinion is about 1.5 pages in length. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you in that 1.5 pages, you discuss excited delirium as a potential cause, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now I understand you say that you ruled it out, but in your report, you say while on scene.
Okay, Don.
Displayed agitated behavior and enhanced strength. Is that correct?
I believe that was in some of the witness statements.
Okay. And you go on to say that these features are commonly seen in excited delirium, correct?
Correct. That's one of the features of excited delirium.
Now, you did say that there were some findings with respect to excited delirium that were not present in this instance as well, correct?
That's correct.
For example, there was no report that he had hypothermia.
Correct.
Okay. There was no report of a history of a severe mental illness like schizophrenia.
Correct.
Okay. And there were no tox findings of either cocaine or methamphetamine in Mr. McLean's system at the time.
Correct. They're the common drugs associated with excited delirium.
Okay. But
So he was clean.
But then you write this sentence. Nonetheless, the patient's sudden collapse after an intense struggle is commonly seen in excited delirium. Correct?
That is true. People with excited delirium sometimes suddenly collapse and die.
And if you need to look at your report, you can point me to it. Where do you specifically rule out excited delirium as a cause in your report?
And if excited delirium was the cause of death, in my opinion, it would have been listed as the cause of death, in my opinion, and not undetermined.
Okay, fair enough. In your opinion, you're talking about things, though, that could have contributed to the death, correct?
I'm talking about various possibilities that I considered in evaluating this case.
Okay, so is it fair to say from your testimony that if you didn't include it as either the cause of death or a contributing factor, you ruled it out?
I would say I ruled out excited delirium in this case.
And again, I would just ask you to point to me in the report where you do that.
By not calling it the cause of death.
Okay. So, for example, you didn't cite in your initial report complications of ketamine administration as a cause of death. So, is it fair to say you also ruled that out in your initial report?
At that point, with the information I had, or the lack thereof, I didn't consider that.
Does anybody know who, I mean, if anybody in here has been following this case, does anybody know who
Now,
the,
is it also fair to say that part of ruling out
who this witness is?
the excited delirium being a factor was your ability to look at video footage in this case?
Yes, I think the additional video footage was very compelling, especially regarding the administration of the ketamine and the immediate after period.
Was it also, you also had the ability to review the video from the gas station prior to Mr. McLean's contact with police? Is that right?
Yes, I believe I saw.
And I think you have, after reviewing that video, you have characterized Mr. McLean's behaviors maybe eccentric or strange, but not fitting excited delirium. Is that fair?
Yes, I think probably specifically I would talk about wearing a ski mask in August to a store. I think that's a bit eccentric and strange. But it's not the classic agitated state you get in excited delirium.
You would agree with me that that footage from the gas station was taken before Mr. McLean's contact with police later that night, correct?
Correct.
And so by extension would have been prior to paramedics and EMS arriving on scene after having been called by the police, correct?
Also correct.
I mean, he's apparently the,
Being able to assess that is by reviewing the video.
Assess what?
That it wasn't excited delirium.
I mean, he's obviously the medical examiner or something in that field, but like his voice sounds familiar, like I've heard him before. I'm just trying to, I don't know who he is. I have to go wee wee. I'm going to mute my microphone and then turn on the audio of the tab that's playing for the trial. Will you guys let me know in the chat if it sounds okay when I do this? I'm going to switch it over right now.
He's not acting in the traditional agitated state that I've seen in other excited delirium cases on that video.
Okay. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about the information that you had and that you reviewed prior to issuing your first autopsy report. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you had EMS reports from both Falk and AFR. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you had medical records from Mr. McLean's hospitalization at the Anschutz inpatient, it's called AIP, but I forget what the P stands for right now.
You mean following the incident?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And as part of those medical records, there was a report that Mr. McLean suffered a day or two after his admission into the hospital, that he suffered a second cardiac arrest. Do you recall that?
I believe that's the case.
Okay. Did you factor that second cardiac arrest in the hospital into your opinion regarding cause of death in this case?
The cause of death was initially undetermined, and it's not unusual for people who've had cardiac arrest to have second ones in the hospital. So it didn't strike me as anything really unusual in somebody with brain damage.
Okay. And because a cardiac arrest, so you noted on autopsy when you examined Mr. McLean's brain, and I'm going to butcher this, so I'm going to ask you to help me, that he had a brain injury, and you described that as a hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy?
Encephalopathy, meaning his brain tissue didn't get enough oxygen and the neurons died.
Thank you. Now, that could have been a result of that second cardiac arrest in the hospital, correct?
He wasn't doing well after the first cardiopulmonary arrest, but a second arrest can make things worse.
Okay. Let's see. You also had at least some body-worn camera footage to review prior to issuing your first autopsy report, correct?
That's correct.
Now, it's not documented in your report, but can you tell this jury which body-worn camera footage you had and which camera footage you did review prior to issuing your first report?
Not in its entirety, but I believe I had some of the initial contact and the initial scuffle where the body cam was actually dislodged and the videos aren't very good. That's the ones that stick to my mind. There may have been some other stuff, but not nearly as much as I had in the end.
Okay. And so the body-worn cameras that were dislodged during the struggle that police had with Mr. McLean, do you recall, did they continue to record at least sound from the altercation?
I believe they did, but I'm not sure. It's been a while.
Did you review and listen to those sounds before issuing your first autopsy report?
Any material that I had prior to issuing the first report, I listened to and looked at.
Okay. Is it fair to say you don't know the names of the officers that go with the videos that you were provided prior to issuing your first report?
I would not be able to place a name with a face.
Okay. Is it safe to say, though, whatever videos you had at the time, you completely reviewed them?
If I had them, I looked at them.
Okay. And I understand you looked at them. Would you say you looked at portions of them, or did you review them in their totality?
I reviewed in totality what I had.
Okay. At the time that you issued your first autopsy report, I think you've testified you were aware that a carotid hold was applied by law enforcement in this case, correct?
I believe that was in the initial report.
Okay. And in fact, that's part of the reason why you performed a special dissection of Mr. McLean's neck on autopsy. Is that right?
Correct. Given that information, I performed a layered anterior neck dissection looking for subtle injury that could be indicative of damage to the larynx or strangulation.
Okay. You all, and I think you've testified that similar.
I'm back. I had to wee bad, and I got me some water.
Coroner's office kind of work together as an investigative team. Is that fair to say?
I would say everyone has a role at the coroner's office. The investigators do the investigating. I do the autopsies, and the coroner.
See Poppy?
The office
Poppy says
manager
hi.
handles the business.
Okay. And so prior to conducting the autopsy on, I believe you said September 3rd of 2019, is that right?
That is correct.
You would have reviewed whatever investigative reports had been prepared by those coroner investigators. Is that fair?
Correct, which is usually the initial narrative.
Okay. And I think in this case, Miss Blaylock had completed the initial narrative. Is that right?
She's one of the investigators. I don't remember who was assigned to this case.
And so but you reviewed that investigative narrative before you performed the autopsy.
Correct.
And certainly would have reviewed it before you issued your initial report.
Well,
I'm definitely
like I said, I reviewed the narrative before I even started the autopsy.
gonna have to go back and start this trial over.
At that point in time, you would have had information that Mr. McLean was reported to be a distance runner, correct?
Distance runner, wow.
I'm sorry.
This is
Response.
Let me
I don't
look.
understand the objection. I'm asking him questions about what may have been in that report that he's reviewing.
This is day 5. So
I'm confounded as well with the 703 objection.
sounds like they're confused. They don't know what's going on. They're like, I don't know what we're doing. What are you doing, Judge? What are you doing? And also, it's
Now I
Colorado.
guess I understand.
Um, shoot, if Dawn was here, I would ask her what time it is there because I think that's where she's
703.
at. I just don't
Doctor, I
know.
think you've testified that you reviewed the investigator's report prior to conducting the autopsy, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recall in that narrative that there was inclusion in Miss Blaylock's narrative report that Elijah McLean was reported to be a distance runner of about 6 miles a day?
Holy
I don't
cow.
recall that particular statement in the initial report.
6 miles
But
a
if it's in
day.
the report, that would have been information he would have had at the time of autopsy, correct?
If it's in that first paragraph, yes.
Okay. Now, with respect,
I'm just kind of wondering if this is that kind of situation where, I mean, obviously this kid, I don't know. I don't know this Elijah McLean, right? But from everything, that's why I want to watch it from the beginning because um I don't, it sounds like he was a good kid, a good, or I keep saying kid, a good young man who was not, you know, right, very health conscious, a good human. I mean, it takes musical instruments to the like shelter to play for the animals. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. According to what I heard a while ago, that he was saying the guy that's on the stand now was saying that, unless I misunderstood, he was saying that his tox screen came back clean, except for I guess the ketamine or whatever. But that was what the paramedics gave him to sedate him. So I don't know. I don't know. Hey, Steph, you just kind of popped in, didn't you? Why do they have a trial when they know what happened? The kid was treated as a hardened criminal who did nothing from what I'm hearing. Well, I mean, there's always the he said, she said, and then the middle, you know? I mean, that's there's three, well, there were several, but I guess right now there's these two men on trial and you know, so and the thing of the the truth of the matter, the truth of it is that you know, if you're a juror, you have to come in at 100% impartial, you know, and I don't know who we talking about. I need this today. Are the men on trial police officers? Gina, the two men that are on trial here, I believe, are paramedics. So Steph, we're talking about his name. I keep wanting to say Elijah Wood. I know that's not. It's Elijah McLean. He's a young man from Aurora, somewhere in Colorado. Um, and he had apparently was like this happened a few years ago, and the trial is just now going on for these two paramedics. I think they were paramedics. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Crazy pants. Um, Pretty sad. It's a sad story. We'll like continue.
to that report, first of all, do you know where that information, the source of that information, comes from? The fact that Mr. McLean may have been a distance runner or may have exercised regularly?
As I said, the investigators get their information from a variety of sources, including police, medical personnel, medical records, family members. So I don't recall specifically where that came from.
Okay. So if the history
Oh, sorry, Steph. I guess I could have. I guess I could have. So yeah, these apparently there was some this kid has a blood circulation problem and it's August and he's walking back home from a convenience store with a ski mask on to keep warm because he has, I guess, the circulation problem would have to be bad enough that he would need to wear a ski mask, right? At in the middle of August. I don't know about that, but anyway, um somebody called 911 is like, "Yo, there's some dude out here that's sketch. He's flailing his arms, blah blah blah." From what I gather from a Wikipedia site that I was on a while ago reading about it, it was saying that it was thought that he had been listening to music and that's why he was flailing his arms. Um, but the cops ended up showing up. They wrestled him down to the ground. I guess there was a physical altercation. Um, and then they gave him ketamine to seduce. Not seduce, sedate him. And then paramedics and I don't know who all was there. I don't know if it was 3 paramedics, 2 cops, or a firefighter, and there was several people that was involved. But right now, these 2 guys are on trial. I think they're both paramedics. The Jeremy Cooper and Peter Cichuniec or something. I can't pronounce the other guy's last name, but he ended up dying from heart whatever because it killed him. They allegedly accidentally killed him because of the way his heart is formed. Then how could he run 6 miles a day? I know. The head is peripheral and would need to be warm. I don't know. Oh gosh, I would be flailing too if I got attacked by cops for nothing and couldn't hear instructions. Well, you never know, Jenny. Perhaps seduce. I mean, they all lost their body cams, which I cannot believe. I know. Brenda, maybe he has to for circulation. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Surely I found the body cam story sus too. And see, I haven't seen all of that. I haven't seen all of the body cam. I heard a lot of it. But I didn't watch all of it. And that's why I would really like to watch this from the beginning on. Cuz this today is day 5. But I just couldn't get past the way they've got the feed set up in the courtroom. You can't see the witnesses. They're not showing like evidence photos, or I mean maybe they did and I missed that part, but the way the courtroom is set up, it's too confusing. I don't know who's talking to who and when, and I just don't like that. Conveniently lost body cams. I know, right? Exactly. Yeah. No. I love whenever they say that they've either lost the body cams or my audio wasn't working on that particular day. Yeah, okay. Super convenient. So I'm gonna push play again. We'll get through this. It looks like we're about 3 or 4 minutes behind. So on the actual live stream. So okay.
Mr. McLean being a distance runner, if that wasn't accurate, would that change your opinion or impact your opinion in this case?
If he was not a distance runner and did not put stress on his small coronary artery, And it is
Exactly,
possible small
Steph.
coronary artery played a bigger role in this case. Maybe I would list it as contributory.
Exactly.
You talked to this jury about certain requests that that were made for body-worn camera footage in this case. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
In that investigative supplemental narrative, recall entries from an investigator Brown making such a request of APD?
I haven't read the supplemental report probably in 2 years, so I couldn't really tell you.
Would that be something Investigator Brown would typically request?
If I ask for something, they often assign an investigator to ask whatever agency for me. I don't usually interact directly with the agency.
Yeah,
Do you
backup
recall when that
cams.
request would have been made?
I know I would have made that request at the meeting with the police and the district attorney when I said I needed all body cam footage and all witness statements. Otherwise, this case could be signed out as undetermined. I also likely made that request at the end of the autopsy, as is my usual practice.
And at some point, you were provided at least some witness statements and some body-worn camera footage, correct?
Several years later, I was provided an abundance of extra information, including body cam footage.
Might have been an inartful question. Prior to you issuing your first autopsy report, at some point, you were provided at least some witness statements and some body-worn camera footage, correct?
I believe I received some stuff, not everything.
Regardless, that request was made of the Aurora Police Department, correct?
I believe they would be the people in custody who had custody of the video footage, so I believe it would go to them.
On your autopsy report in the findings section, you made a determination about Mr. McLean's height and weight, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe your report says measured 5'7" and 140 pounds, correct?
Wow, he had to have been fit then,
I was
obviously.
going to say you would agree that the weighted autopsy was post organ donation and also after spending several days in the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to, Steph. I'm going to be on tomorrow. Hold on. Let me mute this real quick.
First of all, that left anterior descending.
Or pause it, I mean. Tomorrow I'm going to be back on because tomorrow there's supposed to be the trial for Hannah Payne. And that one's going to be starting like brand new. So, I do want to follow that one. And I'm going to start doing those here. And like I said earlier, if it works out well, then I might start like moving trial or true crime stuff over to a different channel because, some people love true crime that's in the diamond painting community, some don't. And I just kind of wanted to see how it went here and see if it worked out well. And if it does, then, But yeah, I appreciate you coming and hanging out. They would say the backup cam was messed up somehow too, right? Wouldn't they do that though? Absolutely. All right. See you tomorrow, Steph. Bye. My MacBook is lagging. Lagging like a dragon.
That runs along the front of the heart, is that right?
That's correct. It usually peters out toward the bottom of the heart.
Peters out.
And
Did he just say that?
as a wraparound
recently to use it. I don't particularly use that term. Usually it doesn't go around the back of the heart, but sometimes it does.
That made me laugh.
If it did go around hard, is that something you would document?
It's really hard to see because you've got that left anterior descending coronary artery, which is small to begin with, which is getting smaller and smaller as it goes down toward the base. So I may not be able to tell very apex, so it could be difficult to see, and I didn't comment on it.
Hi, Berta.
Fair to say there's no comment on that in your report.
That's correct. I didn't say if there was a wraparound LAD or not.
Okay. And I think you testified that that LAD was narrowed upon your finding the autopsy, correct?
Professionals.
That's correct. It had a small caliber.
And it sounds like it was about half the size you would have expected it to be in a normal adult. Is that fair?
Roughly, yes.
You also talked about preserving tissue samples as part of the autopsy. And here you did preserve at least some tissue samples of the heart, correct?
Correct. A complete cross-section, which would include the right ventricle, left ventricle, interventricular septum, left ventricular free wall, the right ventricular free wall, and all the coronary arteries that run along that free wall.
But you did not preserve the entire heart, correct?
That is correct.
But you did indicate that you fixed the heart for 8 days and then examined it on September 11th, 2019. Do you recall that?
I believe that was what I did to get a better look at it. Let me double check that. Yes, I re-examined it after I fixed it so I could get a better look at it.
What does it mean to fix the heart?
That means you place it in a diluted formaldehyde solution, which basically doesn't let the tissue rot or decompose and lets you get finer sections with your knife.
Okay. And so then
I could never be a medical examiner.
Examination that you would have cut the cross section for to put into to make into microscopic slides to send off to the lab.
It would be during that examination. During that examination, I would cut the coronary arteries to see how big they were. I would then look to see if the heart was normally shaped. I would cut it to see if the valves were correctly positioned and functioning. And I would take out the cardiac conduction system, the SA node, and the AV node, so I could microscopically evaluate those.
Now, so you did preserve at least some of the sections to send off to the lab to have slides made out of it, correct?
Correct. Sections were preserved that were turned into slides, and then a complete cross section was preserved in case another doctor wanted to examine it later.
Well, not only in case another doctor wanted to examine it, but in this case, you wanted to get a closer look at that left anterior descending coronary artery, right?
I had already taken a microscopic section of it and looked at it with my eyes, so I didn't need it particularly, but autopsy standards say for at least 6 months you should keep samples of the major organs. I believe the coroner's office keeps it longer.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in that July 2021 testimony that you actually wanted to get a closer look at the left anterior descending coronary artery since it was narrow?
I don't recall that, but I believe if I can refer to my report.
Refer to that report.
Initially, when I examined it fresh, I said the left anterior descending coronary artery had a maximum diameter of 1 to 2 millimeters. Second paragraph says, upon re-examination, left anterior coronary artery was confirmed to be atrophic, which is small. So I looked at it fresh, and then I looked at it after it was fixed.
Okay.
He needs to refresh his
recall
recollection.
Also providing testimony in that July 2021 proceeding when talking about getting a closer look to the left anterior descending coronary artery, that unfortunately the lab embedded it tangentially, so I got sort of a sideway view instead of a cross view, which I would have liked, so I really couldn't interpret it that well. Do you you recall that testimony?
Yes, and I think I discussed that. My report says what I saw with the naked eyes. Then I took a section of the left anterior descending coronary artery to look at it microscopically, to look at it in more detail. And instead of the lab, it's basically a tube, and I wanted them to cut across so I could see the full diameter. They cut it at an angle, so I didn't get a nice complete cross section as I would have liked.
And so, based upon that error, you weren't able to interpret it very well, correct?
I wasn't able. Well, I mean, interpretation was limited. I could see there was no inflammation around the artery, like Kawasaki's disease. There was no abscess around the artery, and I did have part of the cross section that didn't show atherosclerosis. What I didn't have was a complete cross section.
Okay. But at that point in time, you could have asked the lab to recut those, correct?
I believe they tried to, but when something is cut tangentially across the tube, if you put the tube up straight,
Tangentially.
something across that's already at an angle, so you still don't get a cross section.
Okay. In your report, you also indicated that, and I think you were asked some questions about this on direct, that you didn't see any evidence of a heart attack.
Oh, Poppy's
that?
snoring.
I believe I said that.
Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but a heart attack is, there's a difference between a heart attack and, say, an arrhythmia. Is that fair?
I prefer to look at it as, when I say heart attack in court or in lay terms, that's your traditional heart attack, like, ow, my heart hurts. You start getting sweaty, diaphoretic, and those are usually caused by blocked coronary arteries. So that's your most common kind of heart attack. The other kind of heart attack is an arrhythmia of your heart, and that can leave no findings at autopsy.
Oh,
No findings at autopsy, but an arrhythmia can, in fact, be fatal. Is that fair?
Yes.
who knew?
Now, doctor, I want to talk to you a little bit about the toxicology findings.
Okay.
First of all, your toxicology findings are based off of what's called admit blood, correct?
Correct. Blood from the hospital admission, which I believe was taken 30 to 45 minutes after admission.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to ask because I don't believe that was clear. That was taken shortly after Mr. McLean's admission to the hospital in this case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the expectation is that that blood is going to be the closest blood we can get to what he was experiencing on scene. Is that fair?
Correct. The only other way to get a better sample would have been to sample it on scene, which is, I don't recall I've ever gotten blood from an ambulance.
Okay. Toxicology results of the admit blood showed a ketamine level of, I believe, 1,400 nanograms per milliliter. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you then converted that to about 1.4 milligrams per liter.
Correct.
Now, not a mathematician, I don't do conversion of volumes very often, but the bottom line is that 1.4 milligrams per liter, that's at the low end of the documented therapeutic range in medical literature. Is that fair?
In forensic literature that I use, specifically Basalt's toxicology textbook, therapeutic is 1 to 6, and this is in the low end of that.
Okay. And I'm glad you mentioned Basalt's because I think you made reference in your original autopsy report that in that same textbook, that Basalt's textbook, when looking at fatal doses of ketamine, fatal intramuscular doses of ketamine, the description in that book, and I think you noted it in your autopsy report, said that a documented fatal dose of ketamine through an IM dose of 1,000 milligrams had a blood concentration of 27 milligrams per liter. Is that right?
Yes, they cite that case in the chapter on ketamine.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in your vast career and over 9,000 autopsies that you've conducted over that career, you've never seen or had a case of a ketamine overdose or a fatal ketamine result from a therapeutic dose of ketamine. Is that fair?
I would say it's fair to.
Why doesn't he
have
ask
also
instead
be
of
a
using,
ketamine
is that
overdose,
fair?
based on the levels that
I
I've seen in
don't
this
know.
case.
Okay. Now, there's been some testimony and some discussion about
They don't teach math at law
the
school.
amount of ketamine that Mr. McLean received on scene. Um, from a forensic pathologist and a forensic toxicology perspective, is that what's important to determine?
To me, regarding cause of death and whether a drug or toxin contributed to death, I care more about the level that's in the blood than how it got there.
So really what's determinative, particularly on cause of death, is what the blood levels are, what the levels are in the blood, not whether the person, not necessarily the dose the person received. Is that correct?
From my perspective, yes.
Okay. Is that because the blood levels are really going to tell you how, determine how that person is going to react to that substance or that medication?
All of our toxicology books and toxicology tables that list therapeutic and toxic and lethal go by blood levels, not how much was administered. So I was trained to go more by blood levels.
And so you would agree with me that the blood level in this case, the concentration level in this case, was not a lethal or a toxic level, correct?
It was not a lethal or toxic level for most people. That's correct.
Okay. But it's your opinion that it was lethal or toxic for Mr. McLean?
For Mr. McLean, at that particular moment, that level was too much he could handle.
Why is that?
It could be more now. I don't have a control. For example, I believe more likely than not that the ketamine administration pushed him toward this respiratory arrest based on what I see on the video and the time sequence that's going on. Can I say for sure that if he was not restrained and given ketamine in the hospital for some other purpose, the same thing would happen? No, I can't guarantee that. I also believe that if he was restrained and did not get the ketamine, I believe he would have been warned from some lactic acidosis, maybe hypoxemia, but in my opinion, he would not have died at that time without the ketamine. So, did the whole restraint make him susceptible to ketamine? It could, but there's no way to prove how ketamine in a different situation.
Doctor,
I apologize for the long answer.
that's okay. I'm not sure you answered the question I asked. You can't tell this jury why. If Elijah McLean had an unusual reaction to what otherwise would be a non-lethal dose of ketamine, you can't tell this jury why that happened. Is that fair?
I don't know why the ketamine reacted with him that day, but I believe it triggered the events that led to his death.
And so it would also be fair to say that there really wouldn't have been anything that would have told any medical providers or even paramedics that that was the case, correct?
Brenda, I'm not sure. The only time I've ever heard of ketamine was in that Take Care of Maya case.
He's been talking quite a bit about, he was asked about idiosyncratic reactions, so I think the foundation has been laid. It's not speculation based upon.
I know that they use it in hospitals as a sedative and as like for
and so my question
anesthetic, anesthesia kind of purposes or whatever.
The court doesn't find it quite so natural as the doctor wasn't present.
Fair enough. Doctor, did you see anything on the body worn camera footage that you observed either at the Shell gas station or with the forcible restraint with law enforcement that would have suggested to you that Mr. McLean would have had this adverse reaction to ketamine?
The nature of an idiosyncratic drug reaction is that it is unpredictable and it won't happen to most people. So I don't know how you do predict that.
also talked, and there's been testimony about the injection of the ketamine in this case as being intramuscular or IM. Is that significant to you in your findings of how it was administered?
Like I said, it's more important to me what the blood level is, whether he got an IV or IM, or through a pill. I care more about the drug level as it pertains to cause of manner of death.
Fair enough. But is it fair to say that if a drug is administered intravenously or through IV, is it absorbed in the body faster than it is through if it's administered through intramuscular or IM?
That's what I'm gonna say is I am intramuscular.
Faster IV than through a muscle.
And can a cardiac arrest, such as one that was suffered by Mr. McLean, can that also have an effect on the absorption rate of that medicine?
It could, in that you need blood circulating to actually get it into your blood supply. So if you had the drug theoretically sitting either in subcutaneous fat or in a muscle, you may not get flow to distribute it the way it normally would.
And then
So given,
you have a blood
in
circulation
this
health
case,
issue.
that the ketamine was administered intramuscularly or IM, and that he suffered a cardiac arrest, is it possible that his concentration of ketamine in his blood, at least at the time on scene, could have even been lower than the 1.4 milligrams per liter?
Response.
I don't believe it's speculation given the foundation that has been laid about and the expertise of this witness talking about the absorption rate.
I didn't even
and the
hear him
levels,
say
the toxicity
objection.
levels.
Did you? Did I miss that?
If the witness can confidently answer, I'll allow him to do so.
I would say from the measured blood level that we have from the first hour of hospitalization, at the time of his first arrest, he could have been either a little higher or a little lower on his ketamine level.
Okay. So we don't really know.
We don't know, but I feel pretty good that the 1.4 net mg per liter is a pretty good rough approximation of where he was, that he wasn't negligible, nor was he in the toxic lethal range.
Because the toxic leak range begins much higher than the 1.0 to 6.3 milligrams per liter, correct?
Some people start having toxic symptoms at the higher end of therapeutic, but I would say the 1.4 where he's at is comfortably below where he would be toxic for the average person.
I want to shift gears now with you, and I want to talk a little bit about the acidosis and the concept of acidosis that you've testified to. I believe in your amended autopsy report, you indicated that Mr. McLean was likely under physiologic and emotional stress during this incident. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that's true.
And in your amended autopsy report, you indicated that you cannot rule out metabolic abnormalities, including lactic acidosis, as contributing to the cause of his death, correct?
I also said that, yes.
Okay. Now, metabolic acidosis itself can be a life-threatening condition, correct?
It can be if it's severe enough, but when we go with cause of death is what caused the metabolic acidosis or the lactic acidosis. The acidosis itself is simply a mechanism, a physiologic mechanism. It's what caused it that's important.
And one of the causes of metabolic acidosis could be this prolonged physical struggle with law enforcement, correct?
Intense physical exertion is a common cause of lactic acidosis.
Now, do you recall having the information, or in your review of the video, that Mr. McLean complained that he couldn't breathe within a relative short period of time after contact with police? Do you recall that?
At some point he stated.
Okay. And I believe he stated he couldn't believe 6 or 7 times during that contact. Do you recall that?
I recall it was more than once.
Okay. When someone says or expresses, "I can't breathe," is that sometimes a document of what's referred to in the medical literature as air hunger?
People who are hungry for air may say they can't breathe.
And that of metabolic acidosis, correct?
That could be one of the symptoms.
Can vomiting be a symptom of metabolic acidosis?
Yes, it can be.
If someone is held in the prone position, can that depress their ability to vent off that CO2 that is contributing to that acidosis?
That's a bit controversial. There's a lot of fighting in the literature, particularly in the 90s, about whether restraint in the prone position by itself can cause hypoxia and acidosis. The general consensus from what I've read is that if you're a big person, especially with a belly, and you're held down, and if weight's applied to your back, that can cause some respiratory problems and lead to some acidosis or hypoxemia.
Can handcuffing one behind their hands behind their back and then putting pressure on their chest, can that also impede respiratory function? I think this is right in his wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Sounds more like the testimony of a pulmonologist, but if you
Come
can't answer,
on.
let him.
I have personally not seen a case.
Hey, Don, you're back.
Someone pressed on their back, leading to death. I have had cases where people have been handcuffed.
Welcome back.
People sitting or kneeling on their black back, and that has contributed to death.
Yeah.
Can acidosis or metabolic acidosis?
Do you guys
lead
remember
to
the
a condition referred to as pulseless electrical activity or PEA?
Usually see PEA in the setting of pulmonary.
do you guys remember the what was that one case? I think it was in Wisconsin. The husband that poisoned his wife with antifreeze. I think he was like an accountant. But they were saying, I can't remember what their names were. I cannot remember what their names were. If somebody said it, I would know it. But and this was a few months back ago. But they had a couple of kids. And she was the one that was like real friendly with the next door neighbor and would like talk to him about things. And she had written all kinds of letters. And if something happens to me, my husband's done this to me. And anyway, that guy, there was discussion about him, like laying on top of her, from a sideways angle or something. And the medical examiners, I think, were talking about how, that could impede, like, their airway and stuff, you know? So the judge being like, I don't know if I think it needs to be from a pulmonologist. Yes, Mark Jensen. That's it. Yes. That's just kind of what it put me in the mind of. Sorry. We will continue.
Thromboemboli. I would have to read up on lactic acidosis, but I believe that's one of the rhythms it can cause. Thromboemboli. I would have to read up on lactic acidosis, but I believe that's one of the rhythms it can cause.
Good old Mark Jensen. His poor wife. Wow. And those kids. I forget what he did for a living, but I think he was like an accountant. And
So this
yeah. That was a really good case.
Just to be clear, this prolonged physical restraint and carotid hold that was applied to Mr. McLean, even as you sit here today, that is what prevents you from ruling out whether or not the police conduct in this case contributed to Mr. McLean's death. Is that fair?
Well, if the carotid hold contributed to the lactic acidosis, which I think is, if it did, it's small. I would say more likely if the carotid hold, when he came out of it, if he was nauseated, as some people have been reported to be, and if he vomited because of that nausea, and if he aspirated at that time because of the nausea, then it would say that aspiration probably contributed to a generally dilapidated state, which made the ketamine worse for him. However, I don't have proof that
You could totally
he did in
hear
fact aspirate prior to getting into the ambulance.
in the body cam
If I
footage
believed to a
him
degree of
like
medical certainty
throwing
that
up
the
or
carotid
trying
hold or
to.
other actions of the police led to a mass brain vomit, then I would have called it a homicide.
The flip side of that is if you believe that the physical restraint by police didn't play a role in this, you would have ruled this an accident, correct?
That's correct.
They're being awful quiet when they.
I
Right?
have one more. Yes.
Oh, sorry. I keep bumping the microphone. I'm so sorry. He's checking with the other lawyer to make sure there's any other questions that he needs to ask before he passes it to the other to the next guy. Your witness. Yeah, he definitely did there. Well, I don't know if he actually did throw up or if it was like gagging and trying, almost throwing up. I don't know if he actually did throw up. I didn't hear all of
Doctor,
it.
one last chapter.
Sure.
One last chapter.
Be careful
One last.
when the lawyer promises you that they're almost done. Don't beware.
I was gonna say, he said one last chapter.
I want to try and establish just an overall timeline with you. So I want to make sure I have this correct. So your autopsy was done on September 3rd, 2019, correct?
That is correct.
And then you issued your initial findings in November of 2019.
That is correct.
Then you changed your opinions and issued an amended autopsy report July 1st, 2021, correct?
Also correct.
Okay. And then at some point later, about 18 months later, I think you testified to this either on direct and cross-examination or cross-examination. You had a meeting with a forensic pathologist by the name of Roger Mitchell Jr., correct?
That's correct. Dr. Mitchell visited the Adams County office.
And that was on March 27th, 2021, correct?
Probably around that time frame, yes.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, you didn't request Dr. Mitchell's involvement in consultation in this case. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know who made that request for Dr. Mitchell to be involved?
I believe it came through the Attorney General's office, but I wasn't involved in the decision.
Mm.
So, as a courtesy, you met with Dr. Mitchell in March of 2021 in your office, correct?
That's correct. It was a professional courtesy.
And you
Professional
allowed him to take
courtesy.
samples of some additional samples from what's referred to as the stock jar at the coroner's office, which is where you had preserved the portions of the organs that you did preserve. That's how they're preserved in your office, correct?
And yes, I assisted with the mechanics of getting the stock jar, going through that, and providing cassettes so we could make additional slides.
And that's a professional courtesy that I think any forensic pathologist would extend to another pathologist, correct?
I would say so. I don't think there's any that I wouldn't extend a professional courtesy to.
Now, during
Oh, you guys don't forget, tomorrow Tracy Farrader is going to be having a hearing too.
Dr. Mitchell,
The boy in the box mom,
And
Timothy Ferreter's
did
wife.
Dr. Mitchell share his opinions or his interpretations in this case with you? Didn't ask what was said.
All right, it's a little premature.
No hearsay, no hearsay, no hearsay.
Did he share with you kind of his thoughts on this case and his impressions?
I'm not sure how much we discussed this case specifically. I think we more discussed hypotheticals regarding the approach to death and deaths in custody in general.
And then Dr. Mitchell report, June of 2021. Were you aware of that?
I know he issued a report somewhere in that time.
And you were actually provided that report by the Attorney General's office, correct?
I believe so, yes. I know I read it.
Okay. You issued your second report on July 1st, 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And that was about 2 weeks or so after Dr. Mitchell issued his report. Is that fair?
We'd have to go over all the dates again, but I finished my review of the additional material shortly after he issued his report, and then I issued my report.
Dr. Cena, I really appreciate your patience this afternoon. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. And for the Correct.
That was a pretty quick chapter, right? That was one of those chapters that's like, I could have just put that on the end of the last chapter.
Dr. Cena, is a video capturing the minutes surrounding a person's death an important piece of information to determine a cause of death?
In this type of case, it is. It's not always necessary in other types of cases.
Was it a powerful piece of information to you in this case?
Seeing the administration of the ketamine and the immediate after minutes was very important to reaching my final conclusion.
Not good, Nikki,
Did you
not good.
ask the Aurora Police Department for all of the body-worn camera before you issued your first report in this case?
Save the
Yes, that
fingers,
would be
save the
part of my
fingers.
In your experience, is it unusual for you to be denied that type of information?
Various places I've worked with have been more or less forthcoming with requests from me. Sometimes Chicago police could be somewhat resistant as well. So in the ideal world, I would always get everything that I want the first time around. It doesn't always happen.
And in your first report, you couldn't determine a cause of death, correct?
Correct, because I don't believe I had all the information I needed to come up with a diagnostic cause of death other than undetermined.
Now, after the Attorney General's office became involved in this case, did you then get all of the body-worn camera that you wanted? Change your opinion on the cause of death?
Yes, it led me to my final cause of death.
And did you request the opinion of a pulmonologist regarding some of the video that you watched?
I believe I suggested getting a pulmonologist involved to see if they agreed that after the shot, if his breathing changed, and my words became agonal.
Was that pulmonologist David Buther?
I didn't request Dr. Buther by name, but he is the pulmonologist that was consulted.
And did Dr. Buther's review of that influence your opinion in any way?
Although he did not agree that
Gushy seating, gushy seating. We need soft seating
did
too.
agree that administration, he was deeply sedated and shallow and efficient breathing. So I believe that supports what I saw in the video.
Mr. Goddard asked you about whether Mr. McLean's anoxic brain injury could have been caused by his second cardiac arrest in the UC hospital. I think you said you didn't recall on that. Would it refresh your recollection to see the UC health record on that?
I believe what I said was,
So I struggle with the whole undetermined, right? Cause of death or manner or whichever, get those confused. But I mean, I know that it's because there was so many different things going on, right? With the the carotid hold and the ketamine and all the other whatever, but I mean, definitely the, I don't know. I struggle with that. I struggle with that. Mm. That's got to be really hard for the family too, to be like, okay, well, undetermined, whatever, you know?
Was he had an initial cardiac pulmonary arrest and he was doing badly, which means he already had brain damage. A second arrest could make it worse, but it was already significantly damaged by the time the second arrest occurred. But I'd be happy to look at any records.
Sure. Could we show to the witness only Bates page 36289, Ms. Kelleher?
I don't like it either, Mickey. I mean, I understand that it has to be a thing, but
He said that he was his memory refreshed. He corrected counsel as to
I
what
still
the
don't
answer
like
was.
it. Memory needs to be refreshed.
But
I thought
Refresh.
the end of his last statement there was that the medical record might refresh his recollection on that.
Yeah, he needs to refresh his recollection.
Look at it if you want.
well, I think we're mincing words. The court will find that the court will interpret Dr. Seaton's statement as he might need to refresh his recollection, so the court will allow it.
They're mincing words like Mickey minced her fingers with her food chopper.
Slide you want me to focus on?
Yes. Trying to find it. Paragraph. Starting with, he has dilated and blown.
Based on that, it would have seemed as of August 25th, 2019, at sometime in the PM, I don't have my glasses, that essentially he already had extremely bad brain damage prior to the second arrest.
Thank you. You can take that down. And Dr. Sina, you knew in doing your autopsy report that Mr. McLean had received a dose of ketamine that was too much for his weight. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. I believe his weight was estimated around 200, and in life it was probably closer to 145, 150.
And the toxicology report that you received just gave you the ketamine in his blood levels after he got to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
It's about 40 minutes after his injection. Does that sound right to you?
Now, right in there, yes.
And you talked about that range in his blood being what's referred to in a textbook as the therapeutic dose.
That's correct.
And are therapeutic doses often measured in people who are in a hospital setting?
Often they're measured in control studies to come up with these tables and numbers.
And they would be receiving ketamine for anesthetic purposes?
That ketamine is commonly used in anesthesia. It's also used in some situations, I believe, of chronic pain relief. And then some control studies, you're just a volunteer and you're getting paid to be in the study.
And you said that that happens in a controlled setting.
Control studies where they generate large amounts of data tend to be in control settings.
And those patients or subjects would be in a situation where they're being properly assessed.
I've never conducted a control study with a medication, but that would be my assumption.
And their breathing would be monitored.
Response?
I'll withdraw the question. Mr. McLean was not in a controlled study setting when he was administered ketamine. Fair?
I would say that's fair.
And you agree he was suffering from aspiration?
At what point?
Well, you've said that it could be either before or after he was administered ketamine.
Yes, at some point, either while restrained or in the ambulance, he aspirated vomit into his lungs.
And also potentially acidosis.
It would not surprise me if he had some degree of acidosis from his physical exertion during restraint.
You described him as looking worn out.
By the time he was getting the ketamine, shortly before it, he was still moving his feet. They were telling him not to move his feet. He was still making noises. He did, when he lifted his sleeve up to give him the ketamine, but he did not move when he got the ketamine. So to me, he looked worn out, exhausted. There could be a component of lactic acidosis in there. There could be a component of hypoxia. I just can't say to what degree.
Thank you. More discussion about your manner of death determination, and again, that's the determination that you make for purposes of vital statistics, correct?
That's correct. It's a box in the death certificate, which is run by Vital Statistics.
Doesn't bear on criminal liability in any way.
I think, as I've said, sometimes when I say accidents on the box, some cases are called vehicular homicides in a court of law. When I check homicide on the box, sometimes those cases aren't prosecuted because there's a reason for it.
And for you, in a situation of a overdose of a medication in a medical setting, you wouldn't call that a homicide unless you knew of specific intent to kill the victim. Is that fair to say?
Correct. You periodically hear about these angel of death nurses or doctors who intentionally inject people and kill them. I call those homicides flat out. But a medication error, or someone getting too much, or someone getting the wrong medication in the absence of intent would be checked as accident.
Dr. Sina, you describe yourself as pretty experienced as a forensic pathologist.
I would say so.
And do you like to be right when you make your cause of death determinations?
I like to be right 100% of the time if I can.
Who decided to amend your report in this case?
I did, based on new material that came to light, material that I had requested initially.
Did
I'll have to
anyone-
look,
any pressure from anyone
to see.
influence your cause of death determination?
No, this was based on my findings, my review, and my discussions with the coroner, and we were.
I'll have to look to see what time Tracy Ferreter is going to be in court tomorrow. And I didn't know this, but the hearing that is for her tomorrow is she's going to go before the court and claim that she is indigent. So she says she's got no money, but yet they had $1 million house. So I don't know. Because Tim's not working. And the last thing I heard about Timothy Ferreter, sorry, this is a total side note, is that he recently wanted the judge to let him go until wanted to let him go, something to do with he got a job offer or I don't know, you guys, I don't know. Anyway, I'm like, you want him to let you out of jail so you can go to work? No, it don't work that way. Anyway, I'm gonna hit the play button. Dale has to leave for work in a couple minutes, so I'm gonna go tell him seatbelt and watch for deer and give him a kiss and make sure he's got his phone and his lunch and his keys and all that stuff. So you guys be good, and I will be right back. But I'm gonna hit the start button so you can continue watching, okay? Okay, I gotta switch. Hold on a minute. Sorry, that's Poppy over there snoring in my bed.
We're on the same page, so she didn't pressure me either.
And is it your opinion that complications of ketamine following forcible restraint, but for that, Mr. McLean would be alive?
I think that sentence pretty much sums it up. If none of that had happened, I don't see a reason that he would be dead today.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused? Right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you for your hospitality, sir.
My information, when would you like to take the afternoon break?
Why don't we, I think we start at 1, so why don't we see if we can go for a little bit anyway? Half an hour.
Roughly 15 to 30 minutes? 15 to 30 minutes or something like that?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Great.
Who are we calling?
The people's next witness is Ryan Walker.
So step up here to my right. Always swear testimony you're about to give this matter will be true and nothing but the truth. Yeah. Thank you. You'll please be seated, and once you're comfortably in the witness chair, I'll ask that you speak a little bit loudly or close to the microphone and tell us your first and last name, spelling your last.
Ryan Walker, Walker.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please explain to the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Arvada Fire.
And what job did you have before that?
I was a paramedic for Falk Ambulance.
How long were you with Falk Ambulance for?
I was with them for about 6 years total.
When did you get hired by Aurora Fire as a firefighter paramedic?
You mean Arvada
Or
Fire?
Arvada Fire, sorry.
November of 21.
Did you start out your career with Falk as a paramedic, or did you have a classification before that?
I was an EMT when I got hired.
What's the relationship like between Falk and Aurora Fire when they both respond to a call?
Aurora Fire has what's called medical control.
Oh, can you explain to the jury what medical control means when both Falk and Aurora Fire are on the scene?
It means that Aurora Fire has the decision making on what procedures and treatments happen.
Just generally, can you explain to the jury what your job responsibilities as a paramedic are like?
In regards to what?
How do you decide what care to provide as a paramedic?
Through assessments and vital signs.
Okay. And after you do assessments and get vital signs, do you make a determination of what protocol to follow?
Yes.
Now, when you were working with Falk, how many people would be assigned to each ambulance?
There would be a paramedic and an EMT.
Back on August 24th of 2019, who was riding on the Falk ambulance with you?
Elisa Gonzalez,
And what was her medical credential?
EMT basic.
Can you explain to the jury, when you were with Falk Ambulance, what does it look like when you get called out? What's that process like? Or how do you get notified to go someplace, I guess?
Our dispatch would send out tones, say our unit, and when we'd copy, we'd get an address. It would come to the computer that we have in the ambulance with the address and a map on how to get there.
Okay. And on August 24th, when you responded to the call that ultimately involved Elijah McClain, what area was it that you were dispatched to there?
What area was the call?
Yeah.
Colfax and Billings.
Now, before you arrived on the scene, did the Aurora Fire paramedics give you any special notice of what they wanted you to bring or what they thought might happen?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what they told you?
They told us that ketamine would be needed.
When you got to the scene, did you and Miss Gonzalez try and park the ambulance close to where Mr. McClain was at?
Yes.
About how far away from the patient was the ambulance parked?
I'm not sure exactly.
Would it have been about 40 feet?
Roughly, yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about things that were specifically happening on the scene. So if we could please just bring up, but don't start, Exhibit 112, Officer Ward's body-worn camera, starting at 5709. Now, Mr. Walker, have you, prior to that night, worked with Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec before?
Yes.
Did you have a close familiarity with them or acquaintance, or tell the jury about that?
No, recognize their faces, but
Okay.
didn't really know them personally.
And could we please publish this to the jury? Cole? And Judge, would it be possible to get the lights off for just a couple of minutes here? Thank you. Now, I'm going to play a few seconds of this, sir, and I'd like your help in identifying this firefighter here and this firefighter here, and watching what this guy does. I'm going to ask you if you know what happened to him. So let's go ahead and start this.
That part, yeah. I will. Okay. You go on 570.
Now, the individual who walked off the screen, do you know who that was?
Yes,
Who was that?
Lieutenant Cichuniec.
And when we heard on the audio somebody say to get up 500 of ketamine, was he saying that to you?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Response.
That night, did one of the firefighters come and ask for ketamine from you at the ambulance?
Yes,
To the best of your recollection, who was that?
yes,
To the best of your recollection, which firefighter was that?
Cichuniec.
Do you think that that voice we heard was him ordering up the ketamine from you?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Rephrase.
What do you think was happening when we heard that voice ordering up the ketamine?
Objection, speculation.
Again, I'll allow the witness to testify as to his memory, but not to narrate the video.
So, Mr. Walker, do you know or do you remember hearing somebody order up ketamine like we heard on the video?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to tell me, if you can, who this paramedic is.
Paramedic Cooper.
Now, after Lieutenant Cichuniec approached you at the ambulance and ordered up the ketamine, what did you do?
Went into the narcotic safe and drew up the ketamine.
And Judge, we can turn the lights back on. Mentioned you went into the narcotics safe. Can you describe to the jury what the narcotics safe is in the ambulance?
Yes, it was a small safe in our ambulance that we kept. We had ketamine, Versed, and fentanyl.
Is there a reason why there's only those three medications kept in that narcotics safe?
Yes, because they are scheduled drugs.
Now, when you go to draw up the ketamine, does the bottle have markings on it for how much is being drawn up?
No, it just says the concentration and how much is in the vial.
Okay. Does the syringe have markings on it to show how many milliliters you're drawing into the syringe?
Yes.
And
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we take down the exhibit? It doesn't look like we're using it anymore.
Fine.
that's fine. What increments are marked on the syringe? Like how frequently is there a marking?
I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. Now, if you need to draw up something in increments of like 50 milliliters, for example, can you do that accurately with the syringe?
Objection, calls for speculation based on his testimony.
Overruled.
Can you accurately draw up increments of as small as 50 milliliters with that syringe?
50 milliliters?
Yeah.
If the syringe is large enough.
And I'm talking about the ketamine syringe in particular. Can you precisely draw up
back.
increments as small as 50 milliliters with that syringe?
The vial that we had was 5 milliliters.
I'm sorry, I've been talking in milliliters and I should have been talking in milligrams. So if you are drawing up a dosage in increments of 50 milligrams, could you do that accurately with the syringe?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me on that, using the wrong measurement there.
Okay, come on. You're gonna have to make sure that you know what you're saying before you ask the questions. So, let me just, something sounded creepy. I must have missed something there. It's disturbing knowing that loved ones have been autopsied. I know. Tell us you've had kids without telling us you've had kids. I have to pee often. Shirley, for me, I try to remember it's to help answer questions and explain. Yeah, I know it. Shirley said, yeah, my firstborn, was autopsied, and I agreed to it to help with other children who do suffer with meconium aspiration. Wow. I'm sorry, Shirley. Shirley said, only boy before 3, now adult daughters. Wow. Kath, you guys, I'm sorry. Mm.
Now, the bottle that you have that has the ketamine in it, how many milligrams of ketamine does it hold?
500 milligrams.
Is it the only bottle of ketamine that you have on the ambulance?
Can you guys hear that still?
I don't remember how many bottles we had.
So if you draw 500 milligrams from that bottle, is that every drop of ketamine in that bottle?
Yes.
Can you guys hear the stream right now?
Now, while you are drawing the bottle up, what did Mr. Cichuniec and Miss Gonzalez do?
I'm not completely sure.
At some point in time, did they take the pram over to where the patient was at?
Okay.
Yes.
I put AirPods in
I'd like to ask you some questions about what
to
you're
help with
doing
the
as you
echo,
start to
and I
approach
just
the
wanted to make
patient.
sure.
So if we could please publish to the jury Exhibit 116, Sergeant Nunez's camera,
Thanks, guys.
starting at 22:58:54.
Judge, I'm going to object to the video as cumulative, and I don't believe this witness is being asked to testify to it. It's just showing the video.
And I would join that and also say foundation.
Foundation.
All right, well, I need to wait for the question.
Well, can we approach, Your Honor?
No,
Your Honor, my objection is there is no question. He just wants to play the video.
I understand.
Is it normal for them to
And
have
Your Honor, would
like,
it be possible to get the lights down for this so the jury can see a little bit better? Thank you.
All right, and again, I'll note that the court's not allowing the witness to narrate the video, but if it
is it normal for them
helps
to,
explain to the
hold on,
jury
hold on.
what's going
Wait.
on, I'll allow that.
Pause.
Of course, Your Honor. And let's play.
Is it normal for there to be like multiple objections from the same party? I don't know that because the ones like I object for this, and then and I want to object because of this. Is that you don't usually see that, but okay. Apparently, there's going to be a video, and it's apparently going to be a video we don't get to see because they never show the stuff.
I imagine this guy's not even going to jail tonight, based on this.
Who's this?
That's me.
And what did you just hand to Paramedic Cooper?
The syringe with the ketamine.
As you walked up to the scene here, did it appear to you that the patient was under control?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Response.
As you walked up, were you?
Was-
Oh, sorry.
Need a response.
Sure. If he knows about whether he had an opinion and a perception of it, then he can answer.
All right, well, a little more foundation.
Sure. What are you looking at as you walk up here?
Objection, foundation. I don't know if he's testifying from memory or his review of the video.
All right, we need him to testify to his memory.
Do you remember looking at the patient at some point in time during the initial period of time when you were walking up to the scene?
I don't remember.
During the first minute or so that you were there, at some point in time, did you look at the patient?
I was not able to see the patient.
Is it your sworn testimony today, sir, that you, during those initial minutes as you walked up, did not have a perception of the patient?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's asked and answered. It's just argumentative at this point.
Judge, I'm just confirming the statement for the purposes of impeachment if necessary.
And it's argumentative, but I'll allow the witness to answer if you can.
Sir, is it your sworn testimony today that during those first minutes that you walked up, you weren't able to perceive things about the patient?
Right.
Yes.
Do we show just to the witness, please? His prior testimony, page 117,
Eli's jamming. Can you guys hear him?
lines 3 through 9,
Which prior testimony?
the 2021 statement. Now, in this prior statement, sir, you were given this prior statement under oath back in 2021, didn't you?
I'm sorry, what statement?
Did you give a prior statement under oath back in 2021?
Yes.
And that statement was under oath just like you were today.
Yes.
And you were being asked questions about what happened at the incident there.
Judge, I'm going to object. I'm happy to approach, but I don't know what Mr. Slothauer is referring him to. There are there are multiple statements. I don't know what he's referring him to.
Well, I heard page 117, lines 3 through 9.
Your Honor, for the record, there's still the video on the monitor. I'm not sure if anything's being shown to the witness.
Oh, you might need to switch that.
And in that prior statement, you were asked.
Well, let's make sure you can see it first.
Sure, can you see that, sir?
Oopsie.
Yeah.
Oopsie.
In that prior statement, you were asked, now, we observe you approach paramedic Cooper with a syringe, provide that to him, and then you were present for a little bit before you again left the frame. How would you describe the situation with regard to law enforcement officers at that time? And you answered, at that time it appeared they had the situation under control and the patient under control. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So during those first couple of minutes when you came up and before you go back to the ambulance for a little bit there, did you perceive that the officers had the patient under control?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, did you have any reason at that point in time to believe that any of the first responders were not safe?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you have any reason to believe that any of the first responders on that scene there were not safe?
Not at that time.
And Judge, it looks like it's 2:25 if we want to take our afternoon break before I start this next section here.
Why don't you go ahead and get started for 10 or 15 minutes?
Sounds good. Could we please
Sorry.
publish to the jury Exhibit 116, Sergeant Nunez's camera, where we left off at 59 minutes and 0 seconds. And can we show that to the jury, please, Cole? And Your Honor, would you mind dimming the lights for this? Go ahead.
You okay?
Yeah.
Good. Everybody is good. Dima's camera got broken in the middle of all that.
Do we know where,
We already talked to the RP. We got the
Woody's
RP.
camera is?
What's that?
Do we know where Woody's camera is?
Go ahead, if you guys are okay with this one company.
Do you know where your camera is?
No,
my camera came off. It's somewhere by.
Oh, you somewhere down here? Okay.
I just.
Hey, put your.
I think it's on.
Rosa,
Yeah.
here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in.
Now, Mr. Walker, what did paramedic Cooper hand you?
Objection, foundation.
Response.
If he knows, he can answer.
All right, if he knows from memory, I'll allow him to answer.
Do you remember what paramedic Cooper handed you?
The syringe.
They are getting cranky.
And what are you doing as you leave this, when you go to leave the screen here?
Go into the ambulance to place the sharps in the sharp container.
Couldn't resume.
How many sharps
Oh,
were
actually,
there?
could we start at 23:00 and 10 seconds? Go ahead.
Walking down the street. All these guys, these guys, still fighting the league.
Who's coughing?
We wait.
We're gonna give him maybe another minute. It looks like it's starting to kick in. So that's ready. But go ahead and
Mr. Walker, do you remember what paramedic Cooper was explaining to you there?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if at some point in time he informed you that the patient was tachycardic?
I don't remember at what point.
Do you remember that at some point he did tell you that the patient was tachycardic?
At some point, I was told that, yes.
Do you know on what they based, well, first, I guess, could you explain to the jury what tachycardic is?
Tachycardic is a heart rate above 100 beats per minute.
Okay. Would that be something typically a paramedic would calculate if the heartbeat was over 100 beats per minute by measuring a pulse?
Yes.
Did he give you any information about when they had taken Mr. McLean's pulse?
Objection, argumentative, facts not in evidence.
Really? Those facts should be in evidence, but
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
JJ
Paramedic
was just
Cooper give you
coughing.
any information as to when they had measured that pulse to find Mr. McLean tachycardic?
Not exactly when.
Let's go ahead and resume the video here.
Yeah. All right, brother? Sure. Are you okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Just, I'm physical. All right. I was the situation's a little frustrating.
He's just breathing.
So. Here's what it is. Okay. Let's go ahead and get him on his side. I'll just uncuff him.
Let's get them on the gurney first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Watch his head. Head.
Dawn, you asked about
Now,
the
Mr. Walker, do you remember from that night anybody taking steps to watch or protect Mr. McLean's head as he was being moved to the gurney?
I don't remember.
Does the ambulance have pulse oximetry on it?
It's contained in the cardiac monitor.
Okay. Is that cardiac monitor portable?
Yes.
So could you have carried it the 40 feet over to where Mr. McLean was?
Yes.
Does it also have capnography on it?
Yes, it does.
Does pulse oximetry measure the level of oxygen in somebody's system?
Attached to the hemoglobin, yes.
Okay. And capnography, does that measure the levels of carbon dioxide?
Yes.
Did either of the paramedics that evening ask you to go and get your cardiac monitor so they could use the pulse oximeter or the capnographer?
Not that I remember.
Go ahead and resume.
Okay. Dale, he's out.
And Mr. Walker, when you're answering my questions, can I just ask you to speak up or lean forward to the mic a little bit? I think it's
Yeah.
hard to pick up. Thank you.
Sound like me just yelling Dale. Did it sound like somebody just said
No.
Dale?
Did you hear anyone, do you remember hearing anyone respond to the concerns that Mr. McLean was out already?
I don't remember.
When Mr. McLean is being loaded onto the gurney here, do you remember where Mr. Cooper and Mr. Cichuniec were located?
I don't remember.
Do you remember where you're located?
I believe by the feet.
I didn't say anything, but it sounded like
So were
somebody said
you
Dale.
looking towards Mr. McLean?
Mm.
I believe so.
Go ahead.
No, it wasn't me.
Okay.
Have that ready to,
Good.
to the final first. Dave, would you? Yeah. So we grab this, I got it.
And sorry, could you leave the lights off? Your Honor, or excuse me, Mr. Walker, as you were looking towards Mr. McLean's head, do you know what this material that's streaming out of his nose and mouth is?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Judge, I would also object, it's gonna be narration of the video.
Sustain.
Oh,
Are you aware that there was a red substance coming out of Elijah McLean's mouth and nose that evening?
Objection, leading.
Go ahead.
calf.
I'll allow counsel to rephrase.
Did you notice anything coming out of Mr. McLean's mouth and nose that evening?
Judge, that evening, I don't object.
Overruled.
Go ahead and answer.
Good call, Shirley.
Yes.
And what was that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Can rephrase to make it clear it's not speculative.
All right. Rephrase.
Based on your training and experience as a paramedic, did you have any ideas about what that substance coming out of his mouth and his nose was?
Objection, foundation, and speculation.
It's based on his training experience and rational perception.
Yeah, the
Okay.
court will find it's rationally based upon perception. I think most people can tell when a bunch of materials coming out of somebody's mouth, generally what it is.
Right.
Go ahead and answer, sir.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you
Oh, hold on.
have any ideas of what the substance coming out of Mr. McLean's nose and mouth was?
Vomit and saliva.
No. That
Me-
evening, were there concerns that Mr. McLean had aspirated, gotten vomit or saliva into his lungs?
Judge, I object, it's leading and there's no foundation for it.
Sustain into the form of the question. Turn the lights on.
Ooh, the judge is like, turn those lights on.
Did you
I
have any
ain't
concerns
playing.
about aspiration that evening?
Exactly, Mickey. That's a very
Yes.
common sense question.
Can you explain to the jury what aspiration is?
Aspiration.
Objection calls for expert testimony.
He's an expert. He's a,
It's just a,
Overruled.
well, not an
Explain to them
expert,
what
but
aspiration
I
is.
mean, come on.
When a person breathes in something other than just air.
Right.
and on this particular evening, what, if any, substances were you concerned that Mr. McLean had aspirated or breathed into his lungs?
Vomit and saliva.
As a paramedic, is there anything concerning to you when you see a patient who's in this kind of position?
What position do you mean?
Yeah, I'll be more clear, sorry. Is there a concern to you if you know that a patient has been vomiting?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that concern is?
There's always a concern of aspirating the vomit.
Is that a concern about the person's airway?
Yes.
If they're aspirating, does that impair their ability to get oxygen and breathe?
Objection, Your Honor. We're well into expert testimony now.
Response.
Judge, it's just based on his basic training experience. I don't even
Exactly.
think this is a subject reasonably in dispute.
And I don't think he's even testified to his basic training and experience in this regard.
That's true.
Oh, come on. Well,
Sustained.
are you an
Mr. Walker.
expert?
Can you tell the jury why it is that you know about airway concerns and aspiration?
Well, because I
From my
was trained.
paramedic training.
Duh.
Is that something that you guys go over in detail?
Yes,
Is it a pretty important topic?
yes.
How long have you been serving as a paramedic now?
Since May of 2019.
So can you explain to the jury why this is an airway concern and why it impacts the patient?
Objection calls for expert testimony, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, it's just a foundational medical fact, but did we? Move to have him qualified as an expert in paramedic testimony as we disclosed him before trial.
Right. Do it.
Or Dyer.
Judge, I'm going to object to it. I don't think a sufficient basis has been established yet.
So he's wanting him to be an expert, but yet he doesn't want him to be like.
I join that objection, Your Honor.
All right, in response to that objection.
Judge, you went through the paramedic training. This is a subject that they studied in detail, and he has years of practical experience.
All right, the court will allow the witness to explain and opine in the area of paramedic or pre-hospital care for patients.
So, Mr. Walker, can you please explain to the jury why this is an airway concern?
Anytime a foreign object is
Oh,
breathed into the lungs, it decreases the oxygenation of the body.
Is the decrease of oxygenation to the body sometimes also referred to as hypoxia?
Yes,
Does that mean low oxygen in the blood or in the body?
yes.
Right. And Judge, do you want me to continue or do you want me to stop here for a few minutes?
This is a good place.
I'm sorry. That made me laugh.
All
He's
right,
like,
we'll
okay,
take our,
Judge. Do you think that he's
mid-afternoon recess at this time.
that he
No formal
knows well
discussion
enough what
begins
he's
to
doing?
Discuss the case. Do no independent research. Avoid any press coverage, and we'd
Check,
like to have
check,
you back
check.
in 15 minutes, please.
15-minute break. Do you know, I think her name is Judge Jennifer Darrow. She's the beautiful judge that was over the Daryl Brooks trial and also just over the eye drop murder trial. I love her so much. And I love to listen to her talk. She has such a accent, right? Like Wisconsin accent.
Right, the jurors have stepped out. The witness may step down for a few minutes. Need you back in 15 minutes.
Oh.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Not going to have any sort of arguments.
No, Your Honor.
All right, well, if the court hasn't made clear, we're a bit wary of the gratuitous playing of the videos that aren't even really a subject of the question, so we need to pay attention to that. The court will be in recess.
What was I going to say? What was I saying before the judge so rudely interrupted me? Oh, Jennifer Darrow. So yeah, I love her so much. And she always calls these little like 15-minute breaks. She calls them comfort breaks. I just like her a lot. She's super cute. That man is really wanting a break, right, Gail? The judge sounds like he's had enough of the nonsense. I agree. I agree. I agree. So, let's see. It is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right now, and Elizabeth and Edward from Enablers Outpost goes live at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard. So that's 1 hour from now. So we will go for another hour-ish and then call it a night. And I plan to be back in the morning. Tonight, I might very well go back through the beginning of this to day one. And because the courtroom layout is set out so weird in the stream, it kind of turned me off of watching. Because like I said before, I like to see the witness's face. You know, I like when you get to see the evidence, not the grotesque autopsy photos or crime scene photos, but some of the other things that, they can show. I want to see it, but you're not seeing it. So anyway, I think I'm going to go back to day one and maybe 2 times speed it and get through it quick. So Shirley, it's 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right now. Yes, ma'am. I love y'all. Later. But yeah. I'm just like, what? Yeah, Eli's over here singing his little heart out. But 6 o'clock Eastern time for me is when, so 1 hour is when Elizabeth and Edward go live, and I want to make sure I'm done before then. And I also have to, wait, Berta says, oh crap, sorry. What are you oh crapping? Sorrying for, Berta? Berter? Bert? What are you oh crapping for, darling? I wanted to run and check out a couple of things anyway. While they're taking a break. I'm just gonna check some stuff out and see if there are any updates on the Hannah Payne. And I am a Christmas elf in the 12 days of, or wait, not 12 days. It's 24 days, right, of Christmas? Or how many days? I'm not sure how many days there are. I need to talk to Mindy. Anyway, today is my day, so I get to pick a winner for that over in their Facebook group. Why is my computer not wanting to? Oh, come on. Gmail. Oh, let me see. Rose is sick and canceled her live, so I don't need to try and double watch. Oh, what time does she go live? Gina said gotta run. And what's wrong with Rose? Hopefully we'll be able to join tomorrow. Have a good evening. Good night, Gina. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow. Berta said, I was posting Elizabeth and Edward's live channel and realized I can't do it. Oh, that's what I usually do to watch her and Elizabeth. Oh, you're a double watcher. Gotcha. Double watcher, double watcher, double watcher. Hold on. I'm trying to see. La 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 la. Oh my goodness. She has a flare. Oh, that stinks. I hate that for her. God love it. I know she really, really struggles with that. It's like she takes 2 steps forward or takes 1 step forward and 2 steps back. Right? Those tree trimming trucks are still out and about, and it's getting dark. All right, so let's go back to Twitter, chicken dinner. Twitter, Tracy Ferreter. What do y'all think about Tracy Ferreter? If you watch the Boy in the Box or Boy in a Box trial with Timothy Ferreter, what do you think of his wife, the mama? What do you think? Because she's coming up next. I don't know when her trial is, actually. I just know that tomorrow she's going in front of the judge to tell him that she has no money. So, I don't know what's going to come of that. I don't know if she's doing that as a stunt to try to get her husband out. Because he's been saying, oh, I can get a job, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. You missed that one, Gail? Yeah. Hannah Payne. Mm. Okay, hang on. Um, Hold on, I'm just reading some stuff here. Um, oh goodness, I didn't realize this, but Payne, Hannah Payne, the one, the vigilante, citizens arrest turned deadly, trial, says that she faces 8 charges, including 2 counts of felony murder, 1 count of malice murder, 1 count of aggravated assault, 1 count of false imprisonment, and 3 counts of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. That's a lot. Mm. Mm. Okay. All right. Wait, did my... Oh, it jumped. Okay. I'm trying to decide what we're going to eat tonight. What did you guys all have for dinner? I know, Kath, you're over there. It is like 9 or 10 in the morning for you right now. It is evening here, and I'm wondering what I'm going to have for dinner. What are you guys going to have for dinner? I'm thinking, and I'll drink a bottle of water. I think I'm going to have more coffee. Ooh, there's a bug flying around in here. I think it's one of those stink bugs. Do you guys get stink bugs? You just had Cocoa Pops? That sounds so good. I love cereal. I love cereal. I never eat it for breakfast, though. Like at breakfast time, if I eat cereal, 9 times out of 10, it is like a late night snack. I really like it. Why am I sitting here in the corner like this? Hold on, let me go to there. And then when they come back, then I'll put it back. I need to get a couple of my lights because there's a light right above my head that is out. And then there's one over there that's out. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to eat for dinner. Gail wants mac and cheese. That sounds good too. I don't know what I want. I don't know. I have some ground beef in the freezer. And I've been wanting, because we haven't had it in so long, I want to make a meatloaf. I love meatloaf. I love meatloaf. With mashed potatoes. I always make it with like, when I make meatloaf, it's always a super carb heavy side dish meal. Because meatloaf, we always have like, mashed potatoes and corn, or mashed potatoes and macaroni and cheese, you know? Making ground beef vegetable soup. Ooh, that sounds good, Mickey. Gail likes meatloaf, but the son doesn't like it. I love it. Now, I do have to, like, douse it in ketchup. I like mine with a lot of ketchup. I do. If I'm gonna...
Also present.
Oh, wait, they're back. They're back.
Staff's downstairs, getting ready to bring the jurors up. Anything before the jurors come in?
Judge, I do have something briefly on behalf of Mr. Cleaver.
Yes.
It's following up on what the court said before we took the break. Mr. Walker was asked at the grand jury whether he ever saw Mr. McLean vomit.
Your Honor, if we're going to discuss Mr. Walker's testimony, I asked.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you'll step out for just a moment.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Go ahead.
They're going to argue over
At the
this.
grand jury, Mr. Walker was asked numerous questions about whether he ever saw Elijah McLean vomit either in the back of the ambulance, on the gurney being wheeled to the ambulance, while being loaded on the gurney. And he has always maintained he never saw him vomit. This past weekend, the Attorney General's office met with Mr. Walker and took some statements from him. He didn't change at all what he had told them about seeing any vomiting. I can tell you that this weekend as well, I met and another person met virtually with Mr. Walker, and he told us he did not recall ever seeing Elijah McLean vomit either in or out of the ambulance. My problem with not asking him questions first and seeing if he has a recollection and refreshing it is the AG's office is playing these videos and it is influencing people's testimony. He sees it on the video. He has never said he saw Elijah McClain vomit. He was not asked to refresh his recollection about that. He wasn't asked a question about it at all. And then Mr. Slothauer asked him, now, did you see him vomit that night? Well, he's just watched the video and he said, yes, it was, and he pointed up. Yes, and he pointed up, which I took it to mean he had seen it on the video and he's testifying, yeah, I saw it. I know the court has illustrated it as a concern with this too. But this is such an improper way of proceeding for them to start showing videos to witnesses who have expressed no failure of memory or complete lack of any information on a subject, and to educate them or illuminate them by showing them a video in front of the jury is improper, Judge. And again, I know the court has highlighted this, but I just wanted to make an additional record. This is why I've got helium pants and I keep standing up over and over and over to object to this.
Helium
All right,
pants.
well, the court
Oh my goodness, I've never heard of that phrase
perhaps didn't
before.
notice it in that detail, but didn't notice it in the phraseology of the questions. And that's why the court gave the admonition it did. I try not to be punitive, particularly in front of the jury, but I will if I'm forced to do so, and then take whatever other actions the court deems appropriate on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, I will absolutely, as scrupulously as I possibly can, abide by any order that the court gives. I am a little bit confused, and I think that there's maybe two things going on here. The first is that I think from the jury's perspective, trying to put myself in their place rather than in my place, or frankly, the court's place, where we've now been doing this for 3 months, even if they've seen a video 2 or 3 times, there's so much information on there that being asked from this witness's perspective what he's doing or what he is perceiving is totally new information. And I'm trying to confine my questions to just what he remembers he was doing. At the same time, however, a lot of these witnesses, members of the fire department, members of the police department, have a very convenient case of forgetfulitis about facts that they know are harmful to their colleagues. And it is crucial that we be able to confront them with evidence which contradicts either their memory or their statements. Whether that is on something like whether a pulse was taken, or whether that is on something like whether they should have noticed the mask or should have noticed.
So the forgetful itis, that comment, I had to just stop and mention when he said that about the forgetful itis. I'm sorry. I thought that was funny. Okay. There was another comment I was going to make, and now I can't remember what it was. But anyway, okay. Let me go back. I'll remember here in a second, and then I'll have to stop it again.
Noticed vomit, or should have noticed what it is that is happening that they say that they're looking at, or that we can see on the video that they're looking at and they deny knowledge of. It is crucial to be able to confront noticed vomit, or should have noticed what it is that is happening that they say that they're looking at, or that we can see on the video that they're looking at and they deny knowledge of. It is crucial to be able to confront them with evidence that goes to their credibility. So I think even the scenario that the defense is talking about is absolutely legitimate grounds for questioning, because it goes both to their credibility and to the underlying facts. I'm not going to ask them to narrate it, and I haven't been doing that today.
Well, there's been a total lack of specificity in the questions concerning based upon your memory, not the video. And repeatedly, we've had witnesses testifying just what they say, based upon the video, this is what it was. And it's been replete over the last couple of days, and it's going to stop.
I think I understand.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I told you you're going to do what I'm telling you to do.
Okay.
I'm sitting here muted trying to explain to you guys that I feel like the guy that's sitting there on the left behind the table that was pulling his pants up when they stood up put me in the mind of Chris Farley in Saturday Night Live whenever he he was the school
Okay, so
counselor.
return to the parties and counselor present. Mr. Walker's on the witness stand, still under oath. The court recalls 21 CR 2800 and 21 CR 2806. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Walker, we were talking about the period of time when Mr. McLean was placed on
yes,
the
Mickey.
gurney there. Once he had been strapped down to the gurney, what all did you do with the patient?
He was restrained on the gurney, and then the gurney was brought into the ambulance.
After you loaded the patient into the ambulance, at some point in time, did the AFR folks realize that Mr. McLean had no pulse and was not breathing?
Yes,
Did that occur about a minute after you had loaded Mr. McLean into the ambulance?
roughly, yes.
Oh, wow.
Prior to that period of time, about a minute after you get into the ambulance, when they realize he has no pulse and no breathing, did you hear anything from any of the fire folks to lead you to believe that they were realizing he had no pulse or no breathing?
I don't understand the question.
Was that the first you heard from any of the fire paramedics about him not having a pulse and not breathing?
Yes,
Was that also the first time that you were aware of any of them checking for his pulse?
I don't remember.
Do you have any memory of anyone checking his pulse before that point in time?
Objection, asked and answered.
Response.
Your Honor, it's a more clear question to articulate what the scope of his memory and if he has any memory about that event occurring.
The court would find that he has answered that question
Mm.
previously. So next question.
Move it
Mr.
along.
Walker, who was in control of medical decision-making that night?
Objection, asked and answered.
I will assume it's foundational, so I'll allow it.
Paramedic Cooper.
How is that decided?
I don't know what you mean.
How did you become aware that paramedic Cooper was the one in control of making medical decisions that night?
I don't remember.
Was he acting in a manner that was consistent with him making the medical decisions that night?
Yes,
Now, when you and AFR are, I guess a better question would be, did you have an understanding of what protocol Aurora Fire was proceeding under that evening?
yes,
To the best of your knowledge, did they do an assessment of the patient prior to you arriving?
Objection.
I'm going to object it.
I'll sustain the objection prior to his arrival.
As a paramedic, would you assume that they'd done an assessment if they were proceeding down that protocol?
Judge, I'm going to object to him assuming cause for speculation.
Same objection.
Response.
I'm asking about his internal subjective state as to what he thought was going on when he got there.
All right, court will sustain the objection. Next question.
Would it be proper for a paramedic to proceed down a protocol without doing an assessment first?
what do you mean by proper?
Are you authorized to proceed down a protocol without assessing a patient?
You need an assessment to know which protocol you're going to be going down.
Once you arrived, did you see any of the fire paramedics doing anything to assess the patient?
Not from what I saw.
At the time that you drew up the ketamine following Lieutenant Cichuniec's request, did you have any basis to determine whether that was an appropriate dose under the protocol?
Be right back. Gotta fix a kiddo something to eat. He's like over here wanting a sandwich. I'll be right back.
I don't know what you mean.
Did you have any knowledge of how much Mr. McLean weighed when you were asked to drop 500 milligrams of ketamine?
No.
Once you had a chance to really see Mr. McLean for yourself, did you have concerns about the amount of the ketamine dosage that had been requested?
Yes.
You explained to the jury what those concerns were.
In my report, I estimated that he weighed 160 pounds. And with that calculation, also in my report, I put that it would have been 350 milligrams.
Now, a 500 milligram dose, how many kilograms should somebody weigh for that to be appropriate?
100 kilograms.
And what is 100 kilograms in pounds?
It's about 220 pounds.
While you were over near the patient, did Lieutenant Cichuniec ask you how much you thought Mr. McLean weighed?
Sorry, did he ask me what?
How much you thought Mr. McLean weighed?
No.
Did paramedic Cooper ask you your opinion on how much he weighed?
No.
Did you hear either of them ask Mr. McLean how much he weighed?
I didn't hear. No.
Did you see the patient ever fighting the police?
I wasn't able to see the patient.
And I'm talking about the whole period of time that you were there. At any point in time, did you see Mr. McLean fighting the police?
Objection, Your Honor. He answered that question that was already asked.
Approach. Please continue.
So, Mr. Walker, you mentioned a few minutes ago that when you could see Mr. McLean, you thought that he weighed about 160 pounds. Where was it that you could clearly see him to make that determination?
Once he was on the gurney,
Okay. While he was restrained on the ground, how much of Mr. McLean could you see?
only his shoes.
Could you also see the officers that were on top of him?
Yes.
Based on what you could see, could you also see some parts of Mr. McLean, like when the ketamine was administered?
Judge,
No.
I'm going to object to answering that question.
I'll allow it.
Not that I remember.
Based on what you could see of Mr. McLean's feet and the officers who were there on him, did you see any signs that he was fighting with them?
Not that I could see.
Did you see any signs that he was acting combatively towards them?
Not that I could see.
Did you see any signs from Mr. McLean of any resistance towards the officers at all?
Not that I could see.
Did you, at any point in time, hear the patient yell or scream?
I don't remember.
At any point in time, did you hear him say anything at all?
I don't remember.
Did you personally see in Mr. McLean any signs of excited delirium?
Judge, I'm going to object. He's testified he didn't see the patient until he was loaded on the gurney. All he saw was his feet.
Sustained.
Based upon what you could see, were you aware of any indications of excited delirium from the patient?
Judge, I'm going to object again. This is just calling for speculation based on his prior testimony.
Same objection.
Judge, the symptoms of excited delirium are not just visually looking at the person. Everybody's testified that there's a whole different list of things, and I'm asking if you saw any of those signs.
I will ask if he personally, all I'd ask if he personally perceived any.
It's exactly what I want you to say. Did you personally perceive any signs of Mr. McLean having excited delirium?
Not personally. I could only see his feet.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Walker, as you've testified, when you were at the scene, you saw Elijah McLean's feet, correct?
That's correct.
And that was because there were officers on top of Mr. McLean holding him down, correct?
Correct.
You could not see other parts of his body other than his feet, correct?
Until he was moved, correct?
Until he was put on the gurney and was being transported to the ambulance. Is that right?
That's right.
That's the point of time that you did a weight assessment of your own, when he was on the gurney, being moved to the ambulance in better light without officers on top of him, correct?
Well, it's cross-examination, but it was compound, so rephrase.
Mr. Walker, you did a weight assessment after Mr. McLean was already on the gurney being wheeled to the ambulance. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were in better light at that point than when he had been lying over in the grass. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You also could get a better look at Mr. McLean because there were no longer officers on top of him. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was after ketamine had been administered to Mr. McLean, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time that you were able to get a good look at Mr. McLean. Is that true?
Yes.
And you walked alongside the gurney as it was being wheeled to the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
Were you watching Mr. McLean during that point in time?
Yes, I was.
And for the record, you don't have any independent recollection of Mr. McLean vomiting, do you? That night?
Not actively vomiting, no.
As you walked along beside the gurney as Mr. McLean was being wheeled to the ambulance, were you watching Mr. McLean?
Yes.
Were you watching specifically his chest?
Yes.
What did you observe as the gurney was being wheeled to the ambulance?
His chest rising and falling,
What did that tell you?
that he was breathing.
Did that continue to be the state the entire time, walking him the 40 feet or so to the ambulance?
From what I remember, yes.
From your own observation, Mr. McLean was breathing until he was loaded into the ambulance. Is that true?
Yes.
Sometime about a minute or so after he was loaded into the ambulance, a member of AFR noticed he was not breathing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And what happened at that point in time?
Uh, we checked for a pulse. No pulse was found and CPR was initiated.
Did you participate in the CPR as well?
Not in the CPR, no.
Did you participate in transport?
Yes,
And how did you participate in that? What was your role?
I was in the back of the ambulance.
What were you doing in the back of the ambulance at that time?
I started an IO on the left tibia, and I don't remember what else.
Right? What's an IO?
Intraosseous, it's drilled into the tibia to administer medications and fluids.
And what's the purpose of it?
Snacks.
To administer medications.
What kind of medications?
It depends on the call.
In this case, why were you doing an IO?
Because I'm gonna try to go, that's what's happening part of it.
Response.
I don't think it's cumulative. I haven't gone into this area with this witness.
All right, I'll allow some leeway on cross-examination, so I'll overrule that objection.
If you recall, what was the purpose of the IO, Mr. Walker?
To administer epinephrine.
Epinephrine? What's the purpose of giving a patient epinephrine?
When we were performing CPR, part of the ACLS protocols.
Following your protocol, is that right?
Yes, sir.
For a person who does not have a pulse?
Correct.
At that time, was intubation done on Mr. McLean as well?
Yes, before transport started.
Do you know who performed that?
I do not remember.
Member of AFR, I take it?
Correct.
Let me back you up a little bit. On August 24th of 2019, AFR did not have ketamine. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Bulk ambulances carried ketamine, however. Is that right?
Correct.
You were dispatched to go to the approximate area of Colfax and Billing, right?
Yes.
I had no idea.
And while you were en route, you got a call from Aurora Fire and Rescue asking you to bring ketamine and soft restraints. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I had no idea they
Recall
carried
them
that.
asking you also if you were coming emergent?
I don't remember.
What does it mean to becoming emergent?
Having lights and sirens on the ambulance.
Prior to Mr. McLean being loaded onto the gurney, had you seen enough information to give you any ability to comment on what was going on at that scene?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were asked a number of questions about whether you saw signs of excited delirium. Did you even see enough of Mr. McLean to start forming an opinion about that?
Hi, Abigail. She says, sorry, I had a bunch of stuff happening at work. And then I left, and then I talked to Gam Gam. Catch me up. So this is the Hannah Payne trial. They said they were done getting jurors, but apparently not. So they said that they should have opening statements tomorrow. Anyway, I'm having snacks. But this one is day 5. This one's on day 5. It is the case Colorado versus Jeremy Cooper and Peter Cichuniec. But the Jeremy and Peter guys are the 2 paramedics that are being charged for the murder of Elijah McClain. This was something that had happened, I think that said back in 2019. They had injected him with ketamine and stuff, yeah. Anyway, that's what's going on. Hey, Billy. Let me get this started back. I'm going to be hanging up here in a little bit because I know Gam Gam goes live in about 20 minutes. So we'll go a little bit longer and then call it a night.
Not personally.
Did you ever, for instance, stand over Mr. McLean and have a chance to observe him prior to him being on the gurney?
No, I could not see him.
Did you ever speak with officers about what they had encountered as far as Elijah McLean that evening?
Not with the officers, no.
Really, the only conversation was with Mr. Cooper, Fire Medic Cooper, who explained why he thought he was on that protocol. Is that right?
I don't remember if it was which paramedic I spoke with about the symptoms.
But you spoke with one of the paramedics. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Walker, do you wear body cam?
No,
Have you been working in emergency services since August 24th of 2019?
yes,
You know how many calls you've been on since August 24th of 2019?
I do not know.
Is your best memory in this case the things that happened that you were involved in after Mr. McLean was loaded onto the gurney?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you remember the emergency life-saving procedures in the ambulance better than you recall the other events or details?
I still don't understand what you mean by that.
You've expressed some lack of recall about specific details, right?
Correct.
Specific things that you were not really involved in. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And then once Mr. McLean was loaded into the ambulance, you did have hands-on contact with Mr. McLean, correct?
Yes,
Is your memory of those things better than the things that didn't concern you before he was put on the gurney? Or is it about the same about everything?
I'm not really sure.
When Mr. McLean was put into the ambulance, did AFR begin doing things like monitoring his oxygen and carbon dioxide in the ambulance,
Yes,
as well as what they were doing with CPR and the OS and everything else?
yes,
Is the ambulance better lit than where Mr. McLean was lying in the grass?
yes,
Do you have more equipment than in the ambulance than you could take to somebody 40 feet away lying in the grass?
yes.
Obviously, it kills me how
Do
they have
you
to ask
recall
such obvious
being
questions.
delayed getting to the scene of where fire and police were on August 24th of 2019?
I mean, I know they have to
Yes,
ask
it's
them,
in
but
my
still, it's like,
report.
really?
Okay. And do you recall the reason why you were delayed getting there?
I believe distance.
Did you notice police cars when you arrived?
Yes,
Were there a number of police cars on the scene?
I don't remember how many.
Do you recall whether that affected your ability to get to the scene or not?
Not that I remember.
Had you seen something, well, let me back up a moment. On August 24th, 2019, were you a paramedic?
Yes,
How long have you been a paramedic at that time?
about 3 months.
While you testified, AFR was in medical control of the scene, correct?
Yes,
You have an ability to express to any of Aurora Fire if you had concerns about what they were doing?
yes,
You did not do that on August 24th, 2019, correct?
So
no,
3 months. He was just a wee baby. Paramedic, right? Yeah. Wee baby paramedic. Talking about the whole expert witness thing a while ago, you know.
As a working paramedic, not only could you have spoken up if something seemed wrong to you, but you would have an obligation to do that. Is that right?
Correct.
Has either Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec or anybody else attempted to influence your testimony?
No,
As you were walking with Mr. McLean on the gurney to the ambulance, did you hear Mr. Cooper calling for end tidal and suction?
I know there was a conversation. I just don't remember the exact words.
Is he the one that asked you to give epinephrine?
I don't remember.
You say you remember the conversation about end tidal and suction, but not the specifics. Is that fair?
Just that there was a conversation about what we were going to do when we got to the ambulance.
Post administration of ketamine, correct?
Correct.
And that was with you as well as the other members of Aurora Fire?
Correct.
Thank you. I don't have further questions.
Wow.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Thank you, Your Honor. Paramedic Walker, good afternoon. How are you?
Doing all right.
Direct examination.
This is the guy that I was
you
talking
testified
about when he
several
stood up
times that you couldn't, or you were not able to see
a while
the
ago.
patient. The most of the patient you could see was his feet. Is that right?
He reminded me
Yes.
of Chris Farley.
And then Slaughter showed you some of your prior testimony where you had indicated that the patient appeared to you to be under control when you came on scene. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, you would agree with me that finding that the patient appeared to be under control, you don't need to necessarily see the patient to reach that conclusion. Is that fair?
To reach what conclusion?
That he was under control.
Yes. Correct.
And the reason that you both couldn't see the patient and the reason you thought he was under control was because he was under 3 officers, right? Now, at the time of this call, back on August 24th, 2019, you, I think from your testimony, you had been a paramedic just over 3 months. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had never administered ketamine.
Correct.
You had never delivered ketamine to a scene.
Correct.
This was the first time.
Correct.
No, Abigail.
Now, you were asked questions about the briefing you had with one of the paramedics. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified that at some point you were told that Mr. McLean was tachycardic. Do you recall that?
Yes.
But you do not recall when that information was provided to you, correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall who provided that information to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were also asked some questions about the monitoring equipment, the portable monitoring equipment that's on the ambulance. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if either of the paramedics, the AFR
Did I
paramedics
miss
asked you to
that?
bring that out to Mr. McLean. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay. And you said that you didn't remember whether one of them had asked you or not, correct?
correct.
Okay. Now, as a paramedic for Falk, you also are authorized to make that independent decision to bring that monitor out if you thought it was necessary, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't bring the monitor with you, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, is that because essentially at that point, you have a series of choices, right? You can either bring the monitor out to the patient and take the time to hook it up there and then wheel him the 40 feet to the ambulance and try and get him and all that equipment back in the ambulance.
The
Or-
worst.
All
Oopsie.
sustain the compound.
Well, I don't know how to give him the two options without giving him the two options in the question. So let's start there. One option is you can bring all that out to the patient and put it on the patient 40 feet from the ambulance. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. And then at that point, you'd have to wheel him back to the ambulance and put both the patient and the mobile equipment back in the ambulance, correct?
yes,
Or the other option is you can just take the patient the 40 feet to both the ambulance and the monitor, correct?
correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that just taking the patient the 40 feet to the monitor sometimes can be quicker than bringing the monitor out the 40 feet and then bringing it all back, right?
It depends.
But at some point, you know that patient's going to end up in that ambulance, right?
Y'all didn't tell me I had
Yes.
tortilla chips on my breasticles.
You were
All right.
asked some questions
You guys-
about
I don't know how much
this
longer this
observation
is going to
that
go,
Mr.
but we're going to
McLean
have to
didn't
get
have
out of here.
pulse and had stopped breathing about 1 minute after he was in the ambulance. Do you recall those?
I don't know how much longer this has got. Gotta feed the girls. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I don't know how much longer this has got. They went late yesterday. And like I said, because they're in Colorado, they're probably like on mountain time, which is like 2 hours behind me. So if it's 6 now, it'd be 4 there. So they could probably still go for a little bit. But Elizabeth and Edward are going live, and we need you guys to go over there. So, Abigail, do you have the capability? Hold on, let me just get rid of that. You thought I was saving them for later, huh? Link to Elizabeth's YouTube. I can find it real quick if you're not able to. I just have to get out of this full screen. Enablers. Elizabeth and Edward. I forgot it was Tuesday. Let's catch up. So she goes live in 4 minutes. I'm giving her a thumbs up right now. So let me click here. Copy. Oh, my bug's flying around over there. All right, pasting it. So you guys can head over to, oh, Kath Lee was here a long time ago and he's left. Yeah, he was here to the very beginning. Oh, hey, Jen. We've been live for 4 hours and 46 minutes talking about true crime. I have to go back though and fix the thumbnail because I made that thumbnail, went live, and then ended up having the old man that was in the thumbnail they have delayed his trial once again. It was supposed to start today. And then, you okay over there, Poppy? And then the girl that was on the thumbnail, her name is Hannah Payne. Her trial was supposed to start today too. They were doing jury selection yesterday, but apparently that went a little bit longer. So, should be starting in the morning, hopefully. But then we got involved in this trial, which I've been watching a little bit off and on, but we got a little bit involved in it. So yeah, they're on day 5 of this trial against these 2 paramedics that are charged with the murder of Elijah McClain. So why do you ask me to do things to do it anyway? Because I don't want you to do it. I mean, I want you to do it, but I don't want you to do it, you know? And then I'm afraid you're busy doing something, so... Oh, you saw me when you were on your lunch? Yeah, I've been on for a while. Oh, yay, Billy. Love true crime. Glad you're covering them. Yeah, I'm excited about it. I've been wanting to do it for forever, and I was like, eh. I saw somebody say something the other day in a comment that literally was like, stop saying you're going to do something. That's procrastination. If you're going to do it, just do it. And I was like, okay, done. I'm just going to do it. So Mickey was like, sorry, I was in the bathroom. All right, you guys, thanks for hanging out with me all day and afternoon and early evening. It is 2 minutes till Elizabeth and Edward go live. So let's head over there. Wait, there is a way that I can like raid them, but I don't know how to do that. Do you know how to do that? How do I do that does anybody know how to do that? But yeah, I'll be back in the morning. I'll be back in the morning with some true crimey trial-y things. And so yeah, I'm excited. And I hope to see some of you guys there. But anyway, let's head over to Elizabeth and Edwards, and we'll see you over there. Give the video a thumbs up, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Bye.